Yo, Blaze, what's the play? Pull a bill from the brain like try it this way. Fast maps, he mapping out routes like a tour guide, breaking down nodes, every passive, every more multiply, spreadsheet mind, but the flow stay wild. Turn a noob to a vet in the night in the heart, that style. Stuck at the boss, we rewind frame by frame with it. You missing this flash, this roll, now you game ready. Heat a compass in the chaos, still cracking jokes, rap maps, white tea, but the aura stay gold. Blaze works TV, we grind, we clown, we eat. Path of Exile 2 on repeat. You stuck, he bring that heat. From the north, that man believe high. Canadian pride in the sky. Let's go. Helping you clear that line. Be the guy while the mobs all die. Be the guy while the mobs all die. Be the guy while the mobs all die. Big Ray, big talk, interviews on the main screen. Other creators in the call, whole dream team. How you build your league, star panel on flame, breaking down loot league, mech every layer of the game. Hot takes, but the respect stay mutual.
Sorry about that, guys. Had a massive internet disconnection. Those modem gnomes are a pass. Yeah, we don't know what happened. All I know is somehow the modem got unplugged.
He say that live, but the love worldwide every time he goes live. Yeah, Blaze works TV, we grind, we climb, we eat. Have an Exile 2 on repeat. You stuck, he bring that hit. From the north, believe.
I'm in death. How you doing today?
Helping you clear that line. He the guy while the mobs all die. He the guy while the mobs all die. He the guy while the mobs all die. The niggas in the fog, he the waypoint lit. If your bill feel wrong, he will tweak that quick. From Act 1 to the
I saw. What's up, bro? Modem control. Yeah, he got surrounded and immediately died. I'm good, working remotely today. Hit the gym early in the morning and all that. Nice. I'm doing good. I'm happy to be back on stream. Missed you guys. The never-ending loop of taking a spoonful of yogurt on YouTube. Hell yeah. What up, Reed? How you doing, brother?
Yeah. Blaze Works TV in the building. Path of Exile 2.
All right, we're back. We are back. My apologies, guys. I know we had a ton of people in the YouTube stream. We had like 40 people that all disappeared. That sucks, but we're back. Yo, Fearless. Good morning, dude. How you doing? Yeah. Dude, I forgot about the fucking toupee emote. All right, guys, we have a couple new emotes that we have on Twitch. So we have the Tink emote, which is pretty damn good. And then we have the toupee emote, which is wonderfully cursed. It is beautifully cursed. Oh yeah, and we also have that one too. So the best part about that emote is that if you look at the toes, it's actually all little faces of me. That's Mao, Blaze, and Dog. Yo, good morning, One Hit. How you doing, buddy? Blaze in the AM, yes sir. We are here. We're out here. So, guys, obviously, cat's out of the bag. We have a massive interview today. We got Raxx coming on in approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes. Your stream froze while taking a huge bite of cereal. Yes. Yo, good morning, Amoba. Good morning, Pal Russ. What's up, boys? Get your potassium in. Get your banana in. How's everybody doing? How's your weekend, guys? What'd you guys get up to? Anything exciting? As I was saying before my modem got unplugged. Yo, Built. What's up, man? Welcome in. Cypher. What's up, dude? Guys, do we get the announcement of the announcement on Thursday? I'm really praying. Hey, Sleppy. How you doing, bro? Welcome in, man. I'm doing good. How about yourself? It's not cope, dude. We have to. Enough is enough. Yeah. Free banana eating stream. Damn, I didn't even know. I didn't get to have breakfast. I had to I woke up and then I just prepped for today. I made a new scene. Hey, here, let me show you guys this. Let me show you guys this. Hold on. So this is a new scene that was made for today for the podcast. Let me show you guys this. So if we do this and then we choose this, look at this, guys. Look how slick this looks. I know you guys can't see on chat, or I know you guys can't see Raxx here, but look at this. We're making an ARPG tier list today with Raxx, dudes. Something I looked, so every time I go on somebody's channel and I do my research and I plan out what we're going to do, I actually looked at a lot of his content and I typed in tier list. He's never done an ARPG tier list. And I didn't want to spend the entire time doing this, but I think it's going to be very fun. There's no, that's toxic, bro. Toxic. D tier is D tier, let's be real. D tier is basically F tier. Yo, Ice, what's up, man? Yo, Table, what's up, dude? Brian says, I love Raxx. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Yo, Azor, what's up? Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Yeah, D tier is basically F tier, right? So yeah, that's happening in an hour and 45 minutes. It's going to be massive. This is a great idea and a great choice of person for it. Thank you so much, Bill. Yeah, I was excited about this one because he is a man who's played many ARPGs. And for some reason, he just never made a tier list. It was weird. So it's going to be fun. You should just rename D tier to D4 tier. So interestingly enough, guys. Yo, Nico, what's up, man? Interestingly enough, there's actually a new Diablo 4 expansion coming out on April 28th. And Raxx is going to be playing it. And so we're going to actually be talking about Diablo 4, his journey, the highs and lows. Obviously he started off gaining popularity with Diablo 3. And so we're going to go through all of that. Are you guys playing D4 together? No, we're just going to talk about it. Everyone's losing it? Yeah. Please give us a D4 run. Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm good, dude. Raxx is also always thoughtful and insightful with his feedback and reviews of ARPG updates. Yes, he's great. He has the best condensed content that's just straight to the point. It's actually very inspiring for me and my content because he's so good at just getting right to the nitty gritty of it and just sweet and concise, you know? ARPG tier list is rage bait at its finest. I mean, I guess. Shit. Raxx is the most thoughtful on the insights, in my opinion, from all the main streamers. Raxx is great. I'm very honored and very, very lucky to be able to have a chat with him today. He seems like a very cool dude. And this is coming from somebody who's never actually... This is going to be the first time we've ever chatted. Yo, Herminator in the house with the first sub of the day. My guy, what's good? Yo, Achilles, how you doing, man? Raxx has the most infectious laugh of any streamer. You know what? I can't recall what his laugh sounds like. I hope that we get that today because that would be huge. There's a viral video of his D4 that gets me every time where he's trying to explain Blizzard's process and just starts cracking up. Oh my God, dude. You have that clip? He laughs like Michael Jackson. Wait, what? Oh, that's funny. Where's your bingo card? I actually still have to remake my bingo card. Yo, Toxic, what's up, man? Welcome in, dude. How you doing? What's up? Welcome in. So yeah, we're gonna play some PoE 2 for a bit, for about an hour and a half before we get started. The 18 damage clip on Druid is legendary. Yo, Loth with the follow. Thank you so much. All right, let's hop into the game, guys. You're gonna lose your build guide virginity today. What do you mean? I've made build guides before. All right, so we are doing a HCSSF fresh start on a private league called the Visionaries HCSSF Private League. I do actually have the link and admin privileges for this. So if you guys are interested in joining this private league, it's open to anybody. I don't know how many slots are available, but I'm going to drop a link to the league in the pinned message of this stream. How does that sound? Yo, King, good morning, dude. How you doing? All right, there we go. So if you guys are keen on doing a fresh start, you're welcome to join. Toxic saying, I'm doing okay. Should have been dude, I'm doing great. I'm so excited for today's stream. We're gonna have a bunch of people in here. We're gonna have Raxx on in a little bit. It's gonna be a banger. Gonna be a banger. It's Zeri kill today. We could try to make that a goal. I know I say that on every character so I promise we're gonna get to her. ISO's like, bro, you've been saying you're gonna kill Zeri this whole goddamn league. Come on, man. All right, let's hop in. So progress-wise, level 27, we're a witch hunter. We're using grenades. The plan is to do a big shield wall swap at Act 3 at some point. I've done so many fresh starts this league that I might be bored. What? I'm never bored of fresh starts. Fresh starts are my favorite way to play the game. I promise. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. We're gonna get to it. There's a HCSSF league. Yes. Pav made it. It's pinned in the pinned comments. Let me know if you want me to accept you when you join. Yeah, Witch Hunter Shield Wall. Yep.
It is time.
It's the early Atlas progress loop I'm bored with. I love the early Atlas progress loop just because, the campaign is very fun. I like the early Atlas on a first character because it actually is a lot slower and more meaningful, I feel like, on a first character. Yes, you can, like, jump if you get good RNG with map drops from bosses, but it's pretty fun, in my opinion. I haven't played PoE 2 in a few weeks, and I'm stoked for the new league. Always feels super good to do breaks from games and come back. I agree, Jorge, for sure. Or George, I should say. Yo, Jungle, what's up, dude? I said you kiss a homie right back. Can you get HCSSF private leagues? Yes, I think this is an HCSSF private league. Yo, Jack Strong with the follow. What's up? Welcome in. Nothing better than an empty stash and no gold. Exactly. What's up, Hank? Welcome in, man. Oh, yeah, I love it.
As if you happen to find
62 spirit in Act 2 is unethical gear. I do have 32 spirit on this body armor somehow, which is allowing me to get Wind Dancer. Hey, Trinity, what's up? Welcome in. Thanks for the first message. What's good? What's good? Today is a day where I get to see the two goats in a podcast. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Maybe there's one goat. Raxx is the goat. I'm just the guy who likes to interview people, you know? That's it. Yo, Trinity Lover with the follow. First message and a follow? My goodness. What's up? So yeah, I will be putting out a League starter build guide for this. I'm doing prep right now, and then what I'm thinking is that, like, if we do all of the prep necessary for this build, like pre-patch notes, and then we can sort of adjust based on what the patch notes is. Unless the build, of course, just gets absolutely deleted to the ground, then it is what it is, you know? Bye-bye grenades. Don't say that. we think shield wall is getting nerfed. The problem with nerfing shield wall is that everything else just feels so shitty in comparison, and so I really feel like if they're nerfing shield wall, they need to back it up with some substantial buffs to some other skills, like mace wise. Also, when I was talking with Everseen about this, we came to the conclusion that shield wall also feels amazing because it's a lot easier to craft T1 mods on a shield because it's considered an armor piece versus a weapon. So if you guys didn't know, T1 recombination weapons mods, so like taking two T1 weapon mods and recombining them, has a massively lower chance of hitting versus armor. So with armor, if you're doing two T1 defensive mods, like let's just say it's like % armor and flat armor on like a shield, if you have that, it's like 25% to hit on a recomp, which is like not bad. Excuse me. When it comes to a T1 weapon mod recombination, I think you're looking at like 5 to 7%. And obviously there is the omen of recombination as well. But the difference there is massive. Yo, Arthur, what's up, dude? Welcome in. Thanks for the first message, man. Good. Good. My fellow warrior. I mean, I'm not a warrior yet. We'll be a warrior on this character eventually. Right now, we're just kind of ripping through the campaign on the crossbow side of things. Hey, did you hear Kelly GGG liked Miso's tweet? Oh, what? That's huge. I love how everybody is like deciphering like Kelly's tweet. Like, isn't there like a tinfoil hat theory right now about how she posted a gladiator gif? And in the art book, the duelist was renamed as the gladiator, and so people think that the gladiator is coming because she responded with a gif that was the gladiator. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I like to play into these things, but I don't know if there's a lot of truth behind it. She could have just typed into the gif or the gif. Yo, Athalios, thank you for the follow, man. She could have just typed into the search box, entertained, and the Gladiator Russell Crowe one was the first one that came up, right? Or she could have deliberately selected that, esoterically knowing that people would look into it and be like, wait a minute, Gladiator is an ascendancy of the duelist, right? It's just funny, dude. If she did that as a meme, that's bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. Sorry, I missed some of your message here. First message here, but I follow you for a long time on YouTube. Oh, thanks, Arthur. Hell yeah. Kelly also commented on the Reddit with a gladiator gif. Yes. Kelly probably had the worst day on her first... Dude, that was a crazy first day, wasn't it? Imagine starting right in like the hype cycle of 0.5. Like that is what a time to start. It sucks shield wall is the strongest and almost only all-around skill in the warrior. I wish the other base skills had some love. Me too. Like I was talking with Angormus about this. Remember how good Perfect Strike was before Shield Wall got buffed? And then once they buffed Shield Wall, like no one uses Perfect Strike anymore because it just feels so bad in comparison, right? Isn't Stampede really good? I haven't used Stampede. Zoe. What's up, Zoe? She had a second reply, Blazeworks. Did you see it? Nah, I'm not really on like the X stuff that much. I let the other folks go on there. I have X. I have Twitter, guys. I just don't really use it. I have like 5 followers. If you guys are on Twitter, maybe I should plug myself. Hold on. Let's plug myself here real quick. I don't know, like follow me or not. Maybe if I get more follows, I'll actually start using X more. That makes sense. What's up, Zoe? How you doing, buddy? Don't lose your account. Why is the first thing that happens when I pop up on Twitter? Oh shit, that's the wrong link. Yeah, if you guys have X and want to follow me, you're welcome to. Get more follows and Kelly will reply. Yeah, I need to start building up my followers on X. I just made this account specifically to follow like grinding your games, because for some reason grinding your games does the majority of their like small updates on Twitter instead of like Discord or something. Oh, ally crossbow. It could be good. Oh, I have 2 ally crossbows. But yeah, I think Kelly has had a very good first week. She was literally thrown into the fire, right? She just started amongst the fanaticism that is the pre 0.5 league hype. Or can I follow your only Blaze account? Oh, that's yeah, dude. We got fucking what's this one called again? Shit, I can't remember. I'm a tourist. Poke of Flame, right? Oh my god, dude. Why are so many people asking for the OnlyFans? Jesus Christ. Yo, Blaze, quick HC question. Yo, Schwingy, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you, dog. Quick hardcore question. Is armor and evasion viable through the campaign in hardcore? Yes, armor and evasion is great throughout the campaign. What I like to do if I'm using armor and evasion is I like to either use scavenge plating or wind dancer, or both if you can. Oh my god, Azor. Dude, we got a new emote today. I don't know if you guys saw. We have some new emotes today, guys. Check them out. We have the toupee emote. We have the divine tank note. Hey, no problem, Schwingy. Dude, I'm happy that you're playing some hardcore, man. What are you working on right now, hardcore wise? Can you share any info? I've done Schwingy to tier 15 maps on League Star with armor and evasion. Good to see you have 3.28. That emote's crazy. That emote is crazy. Shock chain, arrow, gemling, but I'm exactly where you are right now. Oh shit, dude, we're playing together right now. Let's go. Is 125 Skelly archers a reasonable amount or too many? Wait, how do you have 125 Skelly archers? What the heck? That is an insane amount. That's more than anybody I've ever heard of in my life. Oh, we get the thaumaturgy room. That's an extra. That's a 4-link right there. We haven't found a 4-link actually, so let me cook. Yo, Cyclone, how you doing, man? Welcome in, dude. I've never played hardcore or Blaze, but me and some friends want to give it a try. Oh, you got to give it a try, man. It's. I would say personally, it's the best way to play PoE 2. Hardcore. I think SSF. I would say is the best way to play PoE 2. SSF is, it just makes it, or hardcore makes the SSF experience just that much more intense. And I don't know if this is a hot take, but the reason why this is, how did I know that was coming? I will say this is probably my hot take. I probably should have included this in my PoE hot takes video, but I didn't. My hot take is that SSF is the best way to play PoE 2. And the reason why I say that is because there's just not that much content, or there's not as much content in PoE 2 right now. And so if you want to play a lot of it like I do, SSF just allows you to experience the game at a slower pace and play for longer, which is nice. That's not a hot take at all, IMO? Okay, I don't know. I know some people love like trade and stuff, and I respect that and everything, but yeah. SSF is for people with no friends. I don't know if that's true. I've made a lot of friends in SSF. My whole guild is filled with friends that I've made along the SSF way. Enzo, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome in, bro. Good to see you, dude. Have you seen Hardake's content? He's got some psychologically proves HASSF is objectively better. Wait, what? He has a video saying psychologically HCSSF is better. Did we just become best friends immediately? Yo, somebody put me in touch with this man. We need to go and have like a beer together. I think I'm in love. Wait, what? Is this what love feels like? Yeah, trade can be fun, absolutely, but I enjoy SSF much more. I didn't realize that you were an SSF gamer as well, King. Fuck yeah. Okay, we're gonna get our first 4 link here, which is beautiful. On League Start in 0.4, I actually got this Thaumaturgy's room in my first ever temple, and I was like, okay, this is just insane that you can get you can potentially get a 4 link in Act 1. Like, what?
I'll hold this medallion for you.
Sadly, though, you can't remove it, unfortunately, because if you could actually get a Lesser Jeweler's Orb. Okay, so we're going to do Explosive Grenade, and then we'll do, I think we're going to do Fire Attunement as well, which will be nice. Beer with Blaze when? ExileCon. If you guys are at ExileCon, I'll have beers with all you guys. Gotta party it up. Is that along the same lines of the video that Dark Souls cures depression? Wait, whose video is that? That is amazing. HEXSF has an extraction shooter vibe to it. It does, actually. You have to extract loot. And if you die, at least you have a backup of stuff in your stash, right? Is there a way to play SSF with friends? The only way to do SSF with friends, Arthur, is to make a private league and do hardcore trade, but only invite your friends to play. So it essentially becomes like a group self-found. Backup stash, the real ones delete everything after. So I don't know. This might, okay, maybe this is my hot take then. Actually, this isn't even that hot of a take. But I think that there should be 2 SSF options, like in last Epoch. There should be solo self-found, and there should be solo character found. So solo character found means that you obviously use everything you find on this character, but the loot and the stash that you have confined to your character. I love that I love that. So, so every single character you play is a fresh start, essentially. I would love that. That PoE. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I just think that'd be great. Migrate all your characters, but that's so much work, bro. Then you have to migrate all your shit. It's just annoying. To me, playing trade always felt like taking shortcuts, if that makes sense. With SSF, the progression steps feel smaller, but there are something enjoyable to just find all of your gear. Yes, I agree, King, 100%. That's infinite playtime. I just sell everything. It's a few clicks and you refresh. That's fair. I know that it is just a... It is just a few clicks. I guess I'm just being picky, right? So I think after this, we go down here. And I usually like to pick up the grenades activate a second time as the next thing after. That one's just insane. Migrate all is a single click. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't realize how easy it was to just migrate all. That's my bad, guys. So I basically character found just exists. It's just the button is just called migrate all. Ooh, max life. We'll take that. It's crazy how good the temple is in the campaign. And I'm kind of curious how the next league mechanic is going to match this. Like, do you guys think that we're going to have a league mechanic that even rivals the OP like nature of the temple when it comes to even the campaign, not just the end game? Like, I'm getting insane amounts of currency right now. And it's just from being in the temple. It's crazy. Like, Abyss did this with the abyssal fissures and the abyssal mechanic in the campaign. And it was good. Like, it had guaranteed rewards, which was very nice. But nothing compares to the guaranteed rewards of the temple. Right? The new league will be fun, but not as useful as Temple. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, how do they possibly make anything feel as useful as this? This is just so fucking good. Now we're definitely getting Poverty League. Yeah, I think so. I think all signs point to Poverty League in the next league. Like I think people are going to have to have their dopamine receptors reset a little bit. You know what I mean? Yo, Cheese rules with the follow. Thank you, dude. Welcome in. How you doing? Temple and Abyss were such banger leagues. They were. Personally, I loved both of them. I thought they were both excellent. Hey, Pet Addict. Welcome in, man. No, but I did like the extra Exalts and Regals on the early runs. Yeah, it's amazing. Yo, Mlaziri with the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Just Exalt after Exalt bench in here, guys. It's just never ending. Take it. I never got deep into the temple, so I never felt it useful at all. Yo, Maddie with the follow. You never even did the temples then in like in the campaign? Like I'm just talking about the campaign. I'm not even talking about like the end game. The temple in the end game requires significant investment, but in the campaign, it's still really good.
Not yet. Need more time.
Man, I made a mistake not coming in here with with any ID scrolls. What am I doing, dude? Yeah, I'm not gonna use the change here. Dude, question: does the stun charm prevent sprint knockdown? No. The stun charm prevents like mini stuns. It doesn't prevent heavy stuns. So be careful about that. And I'm trying to follow you, but every time I press the button, it undoes it. I don't know why. That's weird, dude. Maybe Kaizen restart your browser or something. I appreciate that though, man. Thank you. I mean, I'm sure surely it'll get fixed eventually, right? At this point, we're probably going to see a bunch of league mechanics or something like Delve as part of the endgame rework. A lot of people don't think that Delve is going to be in the next league. What do you guys think? My mind pointed to something like Bestiary. Just because of the evidence that's already in the game. I mean, a lot of people think that Legion could be a possibility as well, which could be cool. I think Legion is really good. Anything in maps, although I would love to see Delve. Hey, guys, and there it is, dude. Delve. Next mechanic will be an in-map mechanic. I think it'll be Syndicate. Oh, shit. I haven't heard anybody talking about Syndicate yet. Unless you were strictly following a guide looking for lots of loot. Oh, sorry, I missed your first message, Bill. What did you say your first message? I've always said about the temple, the floor in terms of experience to drops is too low and the ceiling's too high. Yeah. In conjunction with confusing and unexplained building mechanics, it makes it feel unsatisfying. It's unsatisfying until it's not. I will say that it feels super satisfying once you figure out how to build it and learn that particular way about approaching it. But it is very unintuitive at the beginning. There's no way they add Betrayal right after the complexity of Temple. What if they approached Betrayal, but they simplified it? Like, I mean, surely they rework it to make that godforsaken Betrayal board a little bit easier to understand, right? Like, they can't just put Betrayal in this game and leave it exactly like it is. I don't know. I feel like there's people that have been playing Path of Exile 1 for like 5,000 hours and have not even decided to learn Betrayal yet. because of just how weird the board looks. You know what I mean?
One down. Who's next?
Yeah, 1-to-1 for anything, I feel like, is not... I mean, the thing is, they did do basically 1-to-1 for Ritual and Breach to some extent. I really like how they innovated on Abyss, and I really like how they innovated on Incursion as well with the temple mechanic. I'm really hoping for more of those innovations and more of those sort of like... We are inspired by the PoE 1 mechanics, obviously. We're taking stuff that people love and putting it into PoE 2. We're also kind of combining things and adding new, interesting ways to go about it and approach it. I think that's the way better way to do it, in my opinion. I love Betrayal in this. As a PvP enjoyer, I really want invades like in Dark Souls. I know it'll never happen. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Although I will say, I was talking to Barricade about this, and I do think that if there was a way to do like arena-based PvP in this game, and all characters just had white gear on, and you just had to use your skills, I think that could actually work as really good PvP. The problem with PvP and ARPGs is that it's never balanced for PvP, and so there just ends up being these builds that just will one-shot you no matter what. But if you take away the ability to be using like broken shit and just use like, I don't know, white gear or like basic gear, I think there could be some pretty fun like PvP battles. I don't know. As long as it's not mandatory, because 99.9% of people who play ARPGs don't want PvP in the game. Or I should say mandatory PvP. Optional PvP, I think, is totally fine. We have PvP in PoE 1. It's hilariously bad. I've never tried it. I've seen it in Act 3, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I've just never clicked on it, dude. Yeah, it's just frustrating because they're always be best in slot skills, and it's really hard to balance. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There would have to be a lot of development time put into like making it feel balanced and making it work. And I feel like right now, obviously, the priority is to like get the game done, get the classes in, get the acts finished, get the end game looking good. Like PvP could very much be like an expansion that we get for PoE 2, like way down the road. We could have it be like bare bones mode in COD back in the day. Yeah, exactly, Captain. Exactly, dude. The rogue exiles you encounter are actually other players. Yeah. That would be kind of crazy, except for people would grief the shit out of you. Like, I know there's people out there who would have multi-mirror builds and just invade people and just ruin their maps. Like, and that's what we don't want, right? We want to avoid people griefing each other as much as possible. Imagine if you had this juicy map that you're doing. Maybe you just finally found your final citadel, and you go in there and you have it juiced the fuck up with quantity and rarity. And then some guy just comes in and one-shots you and steals your map, dude. Like, that would be... You would uninstall. You would actually just uninstall the game. Yo, OD with the follow. Thanks, dude. Welcome in.
Not yet. Not yet.
Cast on crit, comment PvP. Holy shit. Yeah, you'd have to probably ban that from the PvP area.
We pockets are full.
Oh yeah, I need to go to town and sell some shit. I've been yapping too hard. There's a map like that. It's called the Hall of the Grandmasters. Oh, is that in PoE 1? They could mirror HCSF players who died, not softcore mirror tier stuff. Oh, that would be cool.
You found a letter?
That would be interesting. Somehow, like, you know, if you die like in like the top 10, your character gets turned into like a rogue exile. Even then, though, like HCSSF build cipher at that level are still disgustingly strong. Like it's not like they're going to be trade league levels of broken, but they're still going to be very, very strong. Oh shit, this has +3 on it with a double open prefix. Maybe we just hit this one time with one of our jawbones and see what we get. Yo, Kush, good morning, dude. Heisen saying, I'd make a PvP league with preset builds and people can just get bet currency. That would be so fun, dude. If you could actually bet divines on, like, on PvP, dude, I'd be in there constantly. And you could play it on hardcore too, because it wouldn't actually count as like a hardcore death if you died, right? Yo, fizz damage. Hell yeah. Gladiator League, dude. I mean, here's the thing. I would like it. I don't think that I'm alone in that at all. Like you guys are talking about, you guys would probably want to play it as well. I don't think that there's a huge PvP scene. And Barricade actually said this perfectly, where he said that there hasn't really been an ARPG that really has done PvP well, like since D2, I think. Like, I know that D4 has PvP. I've done PvP in Diablo 4 a few times. But it kind of felt like it was just sort of thrown in. Like, it wasn't like we really tried to make this like a really good, like, thing. It was kind of just like, oh, and you can go to this area and you can PvP here. And, like, that's kind of it. I played D4. Hell yeah, I played D4. I played that shit the day it came out. I got farmed, dude. I paid for the fucking 2-day early play session like an absolute dummy. No Rest is trying that, and it's the best chance to succeed. No Rest of the Wicked PvP would go insanely hard if they do it right. I don't know if they have like world invasion in, but I know that you can duel each other now, right? Which is really cool.
Goodbye.
Okay, so this crossbow actually might be an upgrade here. The problem is we don't have any artificer orbs, but it does have 129 and +3. Let's save this for when we get some artificer orbs, and we need also to put some quality on it as well. Why am I dragging items in? I don't know. We have a tier 8 gem as well. Block chance and armor break duration. We're not going to need that. Oh, we also have a gem cutter prism. We're going to save that for shield wall, because shield wall damage directly scales with quality, I'm pretty sure.
No need to rush.
So that'll be good. Is there anything else that we can use in here? I feel like our gear is pretty good to fight Jom and Ron, like, to be honest.
Put this to use.
Panties deal increased damage. What else can we get here? Attack speed with bows. Not useful for us.
Young one.
Oh, we do have a white amethyst ring here. Let's just see what we can get. Double rarity. What the fuck? In the campaign, that's pretty crazy. I feel like that's actually not bad. What the hell? This game just wants me to be rich. All right. What's going on with your campaign gear? I'm telling you, the temple provides. This helmet actually has really good defenses for being a level 26 helmet. I'm using this only for the defenses. Dude, I have 2+ proj amulets. The first amulet I ever got in this playthrough was this amulet, and I transmuted +1 proj. And then the next amulet I found was this, and it had +1 proj on it as well. Temple is incredible on Fresh Start for the campaign. It is amazing. It is really, really, really good. 4 times really, maybe 5 times really. PoE 2 has a ton of potential, to be honest. I feel like we will end up with very creative leagues over the following years. Oh my god, yes, Kaizen, 100%. Dude, look at how far it's come in 1 year. Now imagine where we're going to be at in 2027, dude. Like, the game hopefully will be in 1.0 by then. Yeah, I've been skipping going into Temple on my League Star practice. Well, you shouldn't skip the Temple because they're going to be giving you a new League mechanic with guaranteed rewards in it as well in the next League. So you're actually debuffing yourself hard if you're foregoing that. Will it be as good as a Temple? Probably not. I don't see how they could make a League mechanic as useful as the campaign Temple mechanic, but we are still going to get that. Oh, not the crafting inside the temple. Okay. I mean, we just don't know, right? There may very well be some sort of League mechanic that provides us with as much loot or close to as much loot as we got by going in the temple. Man, I would love to see mercenaries in PoE 2. I'd be down for that as well. Yo, McCreamy. Yo, DeRosia. What's up, boys? Welcome in, guys. No, I like mercs. I think it's straight nostalgia-wise. like Diablo 2 type shit. You know what I mean? Like, get me, you know, Kasim with a fucking, like a giant pole arm from Lukaland, right? I would pay money for a Kasim.
Well, look at me.
Yo, DeRosie with the 50 bits, dude. Thank you. I would pay money for a Diablo 2 Kasim mercenary like MTX. Don't let GGG hear me say that. How likely is it? I'm gonna play Gladiator in 0.5. So I have to look at it and see how viable it is for hardcore solo self-found. Because it starts on this side of the tree, it's actually pretty good because you can actually go into the monk side pretty easily. And if there are no major defensive changes in 0.5 and energy shield still is king, you can just go up here and thrive and live very, very well. Hey, yo, paint that shirt red and grab a steak. I see the vision of a duelist cosplay. Yo, good shit. That's a great first message. What up, Cesare? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, if we see a duelist in 0.5, I could cosplay as a duelist. I'm fucking down. Get a red shirt and a little, like, sword and shit. We could definitely pull it off, I think. What do you guys think? You guys want to see a cosplay for 0.5 if we get the duelist? Ooh, we're one level away from getting repeating explosives as well. We should be able to get that before we get to Jamun Ra. That's what I'm saying. We can do it, dude. We can do it. I got you, Cesare. That's a good idea. How did I not think of this? No way. Okay, yeah, we can get this. We can definitely get this. There you go, pal. It's all you, brother.
Well, that's one down.
Yo, thanks for the follow, bro. Come in. Welcome in. You better be here on League launch. You better not. You better be here on League launch to see the duelist cosplay. It was your idea. Yo, Sicko with the follow. Appreciate that, man. Hey, man, if they give us Duelist Gladiator, I don't know when they will see me at work. I mean, here's the thing. It's always good to play the new class, and I completely avoided doing that in 0.4. I didn't play the Druid until like 2 months in. Yo, Emperor with the 50 bits. Thank you, bro. I didn't play the Druid until like 2 months in. I was so dialed in with my other build. I also love playing melee. I just hate the defensive building of melee in its current state. I still haven't played Druid. Hey, hobos, good to see you, man. I am having a wonderful morning, dude. How about you?
My payday
Hope you had a good weekend, dude. Thanks for stopping by.
feel it.
That is an expensive cosplay. I'll just say that. I'm not going to put a price on it because I don't want to give you guys any ideas, but there's going to have to be some serious donations to do that. Why can't you just let me have the duelist, bro? Come on. That one's so much easier. I can just put on a red shirt and we're dialed in.
Easy.
I'll give some subs for you. Jesus Christ. Nothing beats the mercenary voice lines. Yeah. That also makes the mercenary S tier. Like, this is why the mercenary is S tier. Tactician and Witch Hunter are both amazing ascendancies. Crossbow has some of the best skills in the game. And the voice lines are just top tier. You get everything, right? Oh my god, you guys are planning against me. We're going to go with the duelist cosplay, guys. We want to see caked up Blaze. Jesus Christ. Hey, Hellstorm. How's it going, man? Welcome in, dude.
Not yet.
Another W video? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, New Age. Thank you, man. I'm just trying to, you know, put out some fun content ideas while we sort of wait for 0.5 news, right? I want to give you guys something to watch. A lot of people reacted to it yesterday on stream, which is pretty cool. Oh no, I don't have enough decks for my wind dancer. I was like, where's my extra evasion? Let me get some more dexterity. There we go. Activate that shit. A sister Cassia mixed with MTX to go hard. There's a lot of MTXs that I think would be sick for this game. There's no choices, Hellstorm. People want me to dress up as a Ziri, dude, for 0.5. I thought you guys would be happy. Rabbit already did that. You guys already got a more handsome German man to dress up as a Ziri. Why do you want me to do it? Just go watch his VOD. Do PoE players call it cosplay or MTX? I think when you're dressing up as a character, it should always be called cosplay, no? Yes. All right, here we go. Jamin Raw. Raw dogging Jamin Raw. Because we know them titties is pristine. Thank you. Oh my god. What up, Shaniko? How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. What's up? Welcome in, welcome in.
Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king.
Blaze Moggs.
My king, take the power you were promised.
What?
Put an end to this nuisance.
Never mind. I'm in shock. I'm speechless. You guys have left me speechless. Y'all have left me speechless.
Not yet. Need a sec.
Slice. You guys remember the first time you saw this? Where he chops the caravan in half with the sword? This was such a holy shit moment for me when I played the game for the first time. I was like, no way, dude. No way this man just cut it down like that. I rolled so early there. Somehow I didn't get hit by it, though.
Surprise!
The era of the Faragon is now. 10,000 spears. I will grind you into dust.
Need a sec.
Take on hate.
Need more time.
I miss old Jamin Raw. Make him strong again. He was so scary in 0.1. Holy shit. So many of my buddies, I think at least 2 or 3 of my buddies just got to this point and quit the game. Have fun with the Raxx pod. Yo, Try, what's up on the YouTube side of things? He rocks. One of my favorite chats. I am sure this is going to be amazing. I'm so excited. I think I prepared a pretty good interview for you guys. I'm very, very pumped. Nerf grenades? No. Leave grenades the way they are. All right? Grenades are fine, guys. Grenades are totally fine. But if anything, buff grenades, right? Double res with armor?
I will tell your tale.
Oh, those are not bad.
Here we are. Here, have this useless.
They need to make all bosses stronger, buff all bosses. Crossbows are the best range weapon in PoE 2. It's a tough call. I feel like bows are also really good as well. I don't know which one would be. What do you guys think is better, bows or crossbows? Or throwing spheres? Which one ranks above the other? I would say that bow and crossbow is probably tied, and then throwing spears underneath that. That's just my take, though.
I like to know who I'm working for.
That was the most broken Jom and Rock kill I've ever seen. No, we can get more broken. Don't worry. Don't worry. Fresh start on HC SSF, by the way.
I am the beast while I stare.
Sorry, mate. That went
Those are higher, especially with damage, ice shot, late game scaling. Don't say crossbows are OP or else they will nerf it. I don't think crossbows are OP. I think crossbows are great. I think they're right. I mean, I think everything else feels a bit worse compared to grenades. But I think, so I was talking about this yesterday. Permafrost rounds and fragmentation rounds, that combo, the two, like, you know, you freeze them with permafrost and then you break the freeze with fragmentation rounds, can do as much damage as grenades do. You're just using one more skill. That's why it feels worse. Because instead of one button, like instead of pressing like you know, grenades and just blowing them up. I mean, I guess you are pressing explosive shot too to blow them up faster, but wait, why does this always happen? Oh, rapid shot back. Please delete this shitty overheat. When did they add the overheat in? Because, yeah, rapid shot is sick. I fucking love rapid shot. It actually goes really well with nades, too. So, you know your boy's gonna fuck with it.
Oh, I'm getting swarmed under.
Holy fuck. I don't know what that was, but that hurt. Permafrost takes eons to freeze the boss for the second time. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Is that, like, the damage is really good, but then you have to, like, wait for the freeze buildup to get back with the boss again. And there's a lot of, like, conditionals for the damage to be amazing. Whereas with grenades, the damage is just always amazing, no matter what. If you've spec'd into it and have a good weapon. So I'm not really entirely sure how they're going to balance it appropriately, but it feels to me like there needs to be some very, very big changes to a lot of things in the game to make things feel more like grenades or shield wall, because they just feel so good to play. I always wanted to make plasma shot work. I haven't used plasma shot yet. Yo, what up, Arjack? How you doing, brother? It's not called second frost rounds. Yeah. Yeah. Shield wall OP. Yeah, shield wall's so good. Well, so fucking good. I played Blood Mage crossbow with plasma shot, and it was fun. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, Blood Mage is super cool because you can kind of just build a bunch of shit on it, right? I mean, in 0.2, I played it with spears, and it was also a very fun time. You hold the top spot for PoE Ninja on Plasma Blast? Do you actually, DeRozio? That's sick. Fuck yeah. Top spot like top level or just top DPS? I guess it would mean top DPS, right? Because everyone hit level 100 this league. Top DPS, yeah. Fuck yeah. Hey, Beaches, what's up, dude? Welcome in, man. The coolest MTX in PoE 2 so far is the red plasma blast that turns your crossbow into a Gatling claw thing. Oh, I haven't seen that, but I do want to put on this. I do think that this is pretty sexy MTX as well. The Burger King drip from PoE 1. This shit does look clean.
She's awfully upbeat.
Okay, so now that we've got to Act 3, we need to start building our shield wall kit. That is of crucial relevance. You got the helmet? Yes, I got the helmet a couple days ago. Was playing off stream before we started streaming.
Yes.
All right, let's see if we can get a shield here. This guy doesn't have a single shield. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, that's not a bad armor.
Don't get eaten.
Damn, 77 watching on YouTube. You blew up. Do you remember me from when you were a smaller streamer? Dude, we just have a lot of people today because everyone wants to see the Raxx interview. I'm cool with that. Wouldn't say we've blown up or anything. You know, a lot of people are interested in the guests that we have today for today's pod, you know? I'm excited. I'm super excited. Gamble with Alva for shield. We can do that. We do have 17k.
Feeling bold?
I earned mine this week after a solid 9 days of grind. Yo, good shit, cheese. It looks dope.
I do like the way it
Bro,
goes.
what is that shield? Alva, you're killing me. 1.8k for this? You're kidding
Happy
me.
with it?
Oh, that's not bad.
That was a tricky one to come by. Anything else you'd like to be rid of?
You're killing me, Alva. This is our best bet right here, right? This is our best bet right here. Okay, here, let's do this. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, we actually hit armor high. Yo, this is it. This is it, boys. And double res. Chef's kiss. Okay, we're chilling. That was insane, actually. Bested slot shield. Dude, having a shield at level 31 with 150 armor is amazing. It's actually unironically really, really good. We'll do this. We'll do this. We will also do... we got... Yo, we have 3 iron runes as well. We can slot one of these guys in to make it even better. Holy... There we go. 176. What league is this? This is Pav's new SSF HC Fresh Start League. We just he just made. Val or no balls? I mean, we could Val it. We totally could. We could Val that. What is this streamer getting good shields? I mean, don't check my PC, all right? There's nothing going on in there. There's no special client that's been added. Yeah, he just started one. He just started one. All right, let's go in the jungle ruins. We need to hit level 33. Prediction for the monkey, all right? Starting it.
At least it was dry heat.
Get your monies in, boys. Get your monies in for the monkey. I haven't fought the monkey in a while. We're going to be rusty. Which question are you asking, Wako? Raxx podcast when? It's literally on the thumbnail. It's at 11 a.m. It's in 45 minutes. Sorry, I didn't see your answer, dude. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the info is on the thumbnail of the video. I don't know if it's in the title, though. I'm all in. Don't die. Okay, we're dialed. We're fucking dialed in. He's all in. I don't know how much he's all in for, but he's all in. Ever since they nerfed my boy monkey thing, nothing's the same. Yeah, he was so fucking scary before. Yo, Steve0329 with the follow. Welcome in, dude.
You know what they say about foul money?
I heard the monkey. Oh, God. What do we want for this? What do we want? Let's just go extra strength, I guess, right now.
I ain't never seen a monkey like that before.
Hold on, let me take care of these little babies first. Should we cheese them, guys? What if we do this? Are you guys gonna be pissed if I do this? Are you guys gonna be mad if I do this? Are you guys gonna be pissed if I do this? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We'll fight him like a man. We'll fight him toe to toe. Bro! At least come into your hood first, dog. At least come into the hood first, dog. Oh, I rolled too early. I can't believe I survived that. That pre-nerf or pre-nerf, that would have been death right there. That would have absolutely been death right there. Pre-nerf monkey kill you 100%. 100% pre-nerf monkey kill. That was terrible. Yes, I can approve you guys. Approve you guys right now. Oh, I need to log in. Hold up. The time is 11 a.m. Bill. 11 a.m. So in 40 minutes. 40 minutes. All right, everybody who has applied has been accepted. Everybody who has applied has been accepted to the league. Let me know if you guys need me to accept you as well. What's the guild message update about? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? What message? Dude, the monkey still makes my fucking palms get sweaty. And I know he's not as hard as he used to be. Hey, Lyricwin, welcome in, man. How you doing?
Oh, you're dead, man. Looks a bit like...
So we can swap...
Bugger.
When can we get Fortifying Cry? We can get Fortifying Cry at level 31. Okay, so we can swap. We can swap. Wait, do you have to click this? I forget. I haven't seen this in forever. Yeah, I forgot about clicking on the corpse. I was like, where? Doesn't she just spawn? Not bad. Yeah, sorry about not seeing your message, Wako. That's my bad. Oh, pay up. Yep. Pay up. Everyone voted no. Everyone voted no. I bet you the no voters were like, their hearts were beating when we got hit by that fucking mace or that giant stick. I'm just gonna find the checkpoint or the waypoint. Raxx has been playing a lot of other games. Yeah, he's been playing a ton of stuff. He's also been playing a lot of Last Epoch. Confidence, trust, and knowing about the streamer client is the question. Yeah. I almost broke my monitor. That's funny. What if I died on purpose and you lost all of your channels? Not worth it. Not worth it. Where the fuck is this waypoint? It's got to be down here, right? Oh. We're lagging like crazy. I'm not fixing the matches, dudes. Monkey Pancake's only in T15? Yeah. Dude, if he has haste and like extra damage gain to something else, like in T15s, he can definitely pancake you. Oh man, we're getting some serious lag here though. I tried Torchlight Infinite. Underneath all of the microtransaction garbage, it's actually a pretty fun game. And that's the sad thing about games like that, dude, is that like, I feel like even that's what DM said about Diablo Immortal as well, was underneath the pay to win aspect. It's probably one of his favorite ARPGs, right? But it's just too bad that they're plagued with like pay to win and microtransactions.
Easy.
Unfortunate. The off-screen slam on maps and temple will get you? Yeah. Yeah, those are not fun.
You won't find
What she
these in
got?
the old market.
Physical damage, armor. I think we might be ready to make the swap, guys, to shield wall. Let me pull up my path of building here really quick. Oh, I opened PoE 1. Shield wall witch hunter? Yes, sir. Jazzers played Torchlight as well, and he liked most of it. Oh shit! I didn't realize he played it. That's sick. Oh, I don't think I have it saved. Okay, let
See
me
you soon.
find this stupid waypoint first. Diablo Immortal is not pay to win. It's a really good mobile ARPG. It might be the best, but Blizzard. What do you mean it's not pay to win, Trav? Isn't there like hella pay to win shit in Diablo Immortal? Or have I been massively misinformed? Can anyone else speak to that? Diablo Immortal is hella pay to win. It's insanely predatory. Man, what the heck is going on with the game right now? Hey, anyone in the chat plays PoE 2 on Xbox? Is Endgame playable without performance problems? Ooh, Xbox, I don't know. The troll is real. Did I just get trolled?
Monkeys.
Do you guys not have wallets? No. I have a phone. I do, but it's empty, bro. Same. All right. I mean, I feel like I've gone essentially everywhere except for... Surely it's right here, right, guys? Surely it's just right here. Media! It was right here. Media, what's up, brother? How you doing? Good morning, sir. Yes, it works fine. Okay. I have a second account on PS5 Pro, and that shit lags as fuck in the end game. Yeah, I can't imagine playing PoE 2 in its current, like, optimization levels on console. I just feel like it's probably not... Imagine even the 0.3 performance on console, boys. And I know there's a ton of console enjoyers out. Working and lurking, but I will be listening to the pod. Let's go, dude. I hope you're having a good day at work, man. .3 was unplayable on console. That's what I heard, dude. That's what I heard. It was not ideal. I also hate how these fucking guys... Oh, dude, we are lagging so hard. You guys seeing these spikes? I don't think it's my internet though. I feel like it's the game. Very, very laggy. Where is the Kush rant when we need it? Dude, yesterday we had Arjack, you left the Discord. We had a crazy Kush rant, dude. It was great. I would hate inventory management on a controller. That's part of the reason why I wouldn't play it on console. It's twofold. It's the performance issues, and it's also inventory management. I'm just such a mouse and keyboard dandy. I just love the mouse and keyboard. But from what I've heard, the actual gameplay on the controller for PoE 2 is like S tier. Like some of the best like ARPG experiences that you can play with the controller. I also recently just tried playing No Rest for the Wicked with a controller, and it feels so good too. I was playing it with mouse and key, and yeah, not. I do not recommend playing on mouse and keyboard. Oh, there we go. Maybe it was the server. Maybe we'll try a different server, but let's try Washington. Look how good this looks. I still can't get over how much I love this armor set. Looks dope as fuck. Yeah, once they implement hybrids, you can hot swap. It'll be great. Yeah, that would be a beautiful addition for console. It's your internet? Oh no, I hope not. It might be the server, dude. I can't play PoE 2 on mouse and keyboard anymore. My arms are too cooked. Okay, so are you on console or are you playing on PC with a controller then, ISO? What's your preferred method? It's probably your internet. Yeah, I'm guaranteed it's my internet for sure. I just don't know what the fuck is going on. Apparently, it's the feed on Twitch too. Yeah, my internet just cut out. Like it's just what it is. And we're back. Yeah, we're back. F5, everybody. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, the YouTube, or sorry, the internet here right now is just not doing well. Yo, Doe, what's up, dude? Oh, man, that's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Man, I have still not back. We should be. Oh, it's just frustrating, man. Like today is one of those like big days for me, and having internet issues is just not good for today for me. I mean, you're basically at the whim of things that are out of control. I just have to relinquish that I can't do anything about it. So I did recently move, as a lot of you guys know, and I moved from having fiber internet to having not fiber internet, and it just sucks. Tip to fix your router, drop a 10 kg dumbbell on it. Yo, Wakosin with the 10 euro super chat. Bro, that is very kind of you. Thank you, man. I have the best internet that I can buy. It's just not very good. Wakosin, thank you for the 10 euro super chat, dude. I really appreciate it. Yo, Nicolas with the follow. Welcome in, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, that is very, very kind. When we moved into this house, we knew that this was going to be a little bit of an issue. Although I haven't been having like major internet problems lately.
To the grave.
Dude, the lag is crazy. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Yes. Oh, it's Greater British Pounds. Wait, isn't that worth even more than euros? All the symbols look the same. Yeah. Uncle Elon, dude, I do not have what is it called? Starlink? There's no way I would buy Starlink.
One down. Who's next?
Yes. Every provider that I can have offers like the same level of service. So right now, like the area that I'm in just doesn't have like fiber cables installed in the area, which sucks for me for streaming and stuff. So yeah, it is what it is, you know. It's out of my control. The place that we live in is such an upgrade in every way. It's just that we're waiting for fiber cable to get installed in the area. That's it. Unfortunately. It's just like scary when you have like big stream days, I guess. Like, dude, I'm lagging like crazy on PoE right now. I don't know if we're dropping frames or not on stream, but
Fire in the hole!
yeah, it is what it is, man. I might make another pot of coffee before the podcast, though, to get ready for that. Stream is solid. It's just on PoE side. It's hard to tell, though. Right? Where it's like we're going down in the internet wide and then or internet wise and then PoE's lagging. It's just like I don't know what the fuck's happening, dude. Are you in a mountainous area? Dude, I'm in a city feast mode. I'm in a basically a suburb of a city. And it's kind of crazy that we don't have that good internet here. And by good, I mean like so we have 1 gig download and 30 megabyte upload. And like for all intents and purposes, that is really, really good. Okay, we need to make the swap to shield wall real quick. Let all the lag come down before launch. Yeah, we just need to get all the lag right now. It's that upload speed. The upload speed shouldn't matter for playing video games, though. Tell your neighbors to turn off the internet. Yeah. I don't even share the internet with neighbors. You know?
I'm in their home turf now.
I appreciate you guys all chilling, though. I appreciate you guys all trying to make me feel better about the internet. Yeah, that was very kind of you for the 10 greater British pound, a 10-pound super chat. Like that is just very, very kind. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yes, but that's what the stream latency could become. Yeah, I know that affects the stream latency. But we've had many streams in the new place that's been fine. So, you know, it is what it is. I think 30 megabyte upload speed should be fine to do 60 or 6,000 kilobyte up, whatever, you know? Do you have optimized packet routing? I'm not sure what that means. Just curious, are you hooked up through Ethernet or Wi-Fi? Ethernet for sure, dude. I would never be able to stream via Wi-Fi. That would be crazy. That would be crazy, bro. There's no way. Yeah, look at this lag right here. This is crazy. Maybe it's a PoE thing. Maybe they're getting ready to upload 0.5, and that's why it's lagging a bit. I have 40 megabyte upload, and I've yet to keep a 5K bitrate, or it goes crazy. Even though it should be fine on 6K. Yeah, I've been basically streaming at 6K bitrate since I moved in with 30 megabyte upload, and it's been fine, hobos. I think it's just a bad day. Maybe they have more than 30 concurrent users. Oh my god. Message Kelly at GGG. Nah, she's had a busy day. I can't bother her. That's rough for a city. My girlfriend and I are not to move from a suburb to an even more rural mountain area, and this is one of my biggest concerns. I mean, the internet thing is always a concern. For streaming, you require even better internet too, which is tough. Yours just sucks. I'm sorry, almost. I know we both just moved recently as well, right? That stuff really frustrates me, but it's so out of my control as well.
It's a deal.
Okay, let's try and do the swap here. Let me find... I hope it ends up with being a June release. Really? I don't. I would love to see a May release. I'm really hoping for that. I'm already fully booked up for June with work. Yo, SFest31 with the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Mods, ban him. No, it's fine. I know it works out for other people better in June than it does in May. My only issue is that if you're paying for a service, you'd like the service to be reliable. Yeah, I 100% agree. May 15th, no, I think May 8th is probably what we're going to see. June ban. Oh, man. All right, we have our shield here. Oh, we need to get a mace, too. We should have been keeping our eyes out for a mace. Oh, my God. +2 mace in the shop?
This one.
No way. No way. No fucking way. That's crazy. I think we have enough gold to fully respec. Let me check. How much gold do we need? Oh, I don't think we do, actually. 24K to fully respec. Okay, we just need to farm gold for a bit. Why can't I put this jewel slot in? Oh, it's because I'm unspecking. Duh. All right, let's just keep playing the game for a bit. We will do this swap eventually. We still need some better gear for it. We're not in any major rush. Oh, yeah, we also do have +1 melee skill gloves, too, that I saved from the campaign earlier. So that's good. Let's see if there's anything else that we can buy before we move onwards here.
Don't get eaten.
Do you believe in the gladiator tease or think it's hopium? I was pretty confident in Halfarn that the duelist was going to be the next class. I think that the gladiator cryptic tweet stuff is funny. I don't think it's actually true, but I do think that it definitely could be the duelist for sure.
I knew it.
I just think that it's funny that like PoE players are so analytical of like what very little information we have, to the point where like we are deciphering like what a potential Twitter GIF could mean. You know what I mean? And hey, if it is the gladiator coming in 0.5, then that shit's accurate, and we have to be more careful about analyzing this stuff, right? Give me one sec, guys. I'm just gonna use the washroom really quick. Appreciate you guys hanging today. Thank you for so much of you guys sticking around, chilling. Yo, Van, welcome in, dude. Right back. What the heck is going on here? Who is spamming these emotes? Are we still here? I think we're still here. I think we're still here, guys. Yo, what up, Sleep? How you doing, man? Welcome in. I even tried to decipher those little characters she put in her expo. Wait, are you talking about letters? Oh my god, dude. This is like unplayable right now. I honestly can't really do anything. This is crazy. I'm lagging? Yeah, thank you. I know, dude. I know. Real bad? I know, dude. I'm having bad internet today. It's pretty rough. And I can't tell if it's the game or if it's my stream. Like, I actually can't tell. I'm simulating League launch performance. That's wild. It's crazy, dude. Yo, 3 months at tier 1? My fucking dude. What up, Dapper? I sub for the consistent nade gameplay. I got you covered, man. I got you covered, bro. How you doing? Dapper, we're having a little bit of a laggy internet day today. I don't know what's going on. 3 months at T1? Insane. Dude, my guy Dapper is a day 1, dude. My guy Dapper is a day 1. Grenade's gonna be your starter? Does it fall off in map? So I'm gonna actually transition to Shield Wall. Shield Wall is gonna be the transition. We're just saving up gold right now to swap. All right, Nico saying, I think they're renaming Duelist to Gladiator. On the PoE 2 official early access page, it says Gladiator instead of Duelist, and Assassin instead of the Shadow on hover. Yo, it could be. It could be. All right, it definitely could be. Rage that the DDoS attacks at League launch will be minimal. I really hope so, man. What level do you think is a good time to transition? I would say right around this level. I'm just saving up gold to be able to make that transition. Oh. The artwork is Gladiator instead of Duelist as well. Yep. It's just funny because in the one like trailer for all of the like classes in PoE 2, it had Duelist in there. But maybe they just weren't prepared at that time to announce the actual name of the actual name of the class. You know what I mean? I love how much like internet sleuthing is, dude. Music's fire, yeah. The city pop is hitting. City pop is hitting. Bombard crossbow. Holy. Oh my god, it's actually just good. It doesn't have plus. It doesn't have. I guess we're not really planning on using nades, but yo, Gudo, welcome in, man. Appreciate the follow, dude. What are you guys talking about? We're just talking about a cryptic Twitter message, but from Kelly, who is the new community manager. And it's funny. So people are coping so hard out of their minds right now that they're dissecting every little thing about this Twitter message that she sent. Kelly's the new Bex, yeah. My Act 1 took an hour and 35 minutes. Hey, man, it's not a big deal. Are you going to be playing on hardcore or softcore at the beginning? Time to bother Kelly about your lag issues? No. We don't bother Kelly. We don't bother people at GG. We don't bother them. It's not what we're about. Most likely softcore? True. What's your league starter plans? Will you hate watch Quinn while he's attempting Ubers? Probably not. We're going to be doing a podcast with Raxx shortly. I don't know if he's doing Ubers like right now or not, but right if it's going to be right now, then no. Wait, we're outside of the boss area. The fuck? I've heard from the Vine we might be getting Gladiator. Yeah, I think everyone is talking about that right now. I think every single PoE player is talking about that right now. Ow. No, he flew away at the last second. I like how you can go out of the boss arena while you're fighting the boss. It's kind of weird.
What's this then?
The gladiator would be basically the duelist trundle. So it'd be like a sword using duelist class. So in PoE 1, the gladiator is a ascendancy of the duelist. My rival, yeah. What up, Jono? Dude, we're not playing grenades all the way through. I promise. We're gonna swap. We just need gold. We just need gold, okay? Except for we're actually getting like just wrecked by lag today. I don't know what's going on. Need gold and better internet. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's going on with the internet today. I can't, like, it feels like it's the game. I don't know if it is the internet or not. Yeah. I honestly don't know. I honestly can't tell if it's the internet or my game. I think it's the internet, though. Maybe it's both. Blaze, this isn't a grenade run. Blaze clowning on chat because it's always a grenade run. We're cooked. Yeah. The lag spikes are Morse code. It's a teaser for 0.5. True. Stream is running clean right now, so maybe it's servers. Oh, is the stream running clean right now? It's got to be the servers then. Look at these spikes, dude. They're crazy. Yeah, we're just going to log off for now. This is like unplayable. I don't know. Like, I want to keep going, but I think it's... maybe we swap... Maybe we go back to Canadian servers? Hero Siege? No. No. It's... Okay, so... We've ruled out that it's not me. It's the game. The servers are just terrible right now. Swap to EU? No. EU, more like PU, you know what I mean? That shit stinks. That shit stinks. Just the internet, no. What? Just the internet, though.
Oh, it's warm.
Not the people, dude. People are chill. Nah, European people are cool. EU servers stink, though. That's what I just said. Canada will soon be an EU. I mean, we basically are an EU member, dude. We're owned by. Wait, is Britain an EU member? Or have they separated away from the EU? I can't remember if they've separated or not. Was Brexit a thing? Did Brexit happen? Not anymore? Okay, so they did separate. Yo, Ravenous Dan with the follow. Welcome in, man. How you doing? I thought Canada was a French territory. No, Canada has one French province. So Canada was actually owned and settled by the French and the English back in the day. And then what happened was they went to war with each other and then the French lost. But being good sports, the English actually gave the French one area of Canada that they could have as their own like settlement, essentially. Dude, I'm not wearing a blue hoodie while I'm talking to Raxx. That's disrespect. Plus, the blue hoodie's his thing, you know what I mean? That's not my thing. It was part of the Commonwealth. Classic French. Oh, I mean, shit, dude. That they got something, right? Like they still got a part of the country, just not the whole country.
Not yet.
Shibuya Nights. Okay, the podcast is in like 7 minutes, guys. Are we getting excited for this? Are we getting excited for this? Okay, maybe it was just the Washington servers. These servers seem a lot better. Oh! Wait, did they nerf Blackjaw too? This guy seemed like he was way harder before. Now he's just dead. You made it back just in time. Yo, welcome back, King. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. How do you live? I don't know. We got hit like 7 times. He barely did any damage. Eating a slam to the face. Dude, I died to that guy so many times in 0.1 trying to get to maps. He would just destroy me in like 2 hits. I think he got nerfed. I think everything got nerfed. Is the game too easy? The game might be too easy. Or grenades are just too strong. Hello, 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 Brandon. Try to tank Ape Slam. I literally tanked an Ape Slam like an hour ago. Not even, like 30 minutes ago. You guys saw. I don't know if you were here yet, Sleep, but we ate an Ape Slam by accident. And yeah, a red big Ape Slam. And he didn't even pancake us, dude. Maybe it's the Visionaries mod? Yeah, maybe Pav just like turned down the damage. Might be the case. Sneaky Pav. Sneaky, sneaky Pav. Surely this way's not a dead end, right? It's the only way you can make NATO's good. For some reason, the mobs hit harder than bosses in PoE 2. Yeah, I mean, the bosses used to hit... I mean, that monkey was very, very... He still makes my palms sweat every time. OG King Kong rolling in his grave. I mean, yeah, that guy was nasty. All right. Let's get the podcast setup going. All right. Let's go back to town real quick, see if we can get any gear. We're assembling armor pieces at the moment.
Ah, some pretty things, yes?
Sapphire ring, we don't need. What we do need is a new life flask. This is pretty good. Charges per second, we'll take that.
Keep your eyes sharp.
GG knows to make monkeys good. They must have been a fan of Monkey D. Luffy at something. 100%. They are very aware of certain anime monkeys. Oh, that is a good helmet. Oh, but if we buy this helmet, we're not gonna be able to respec. Fuck. Okay, we just need to sell our shit. We just need to sell our shit. I think we need like 24k to fully respec everything.
Some pretty things, yeah. My tribe could use that. Be wary.
What can I sell for good money? Let's sell this. Let's use that. I don't know why. I mean, we have a minion scepter we're never gonna use, so fuck that. What else can we sell? We can sell this crossbow. We're not gonna.
Some pretty things, yes?
Surely we're not gonna.
My tribe could
Why does it always?
use your
Why
eyes
does it always come to feed pigs? God damn it. Man, we're using an Act 2 crossbow, by the way. Like, early Act 2. And we're doing this much damage. Imagine if you were using this bombard crossbow. How much more damage we would be doing. We still probably need to farm up a little bit more, unfortunately.
New strategy required.
Yep, that's an upgrade right there. Why are we drinking invisible drinks? Dude, if they're invisible, it means the calories are invisible too. So it's like extra good for you, you know what I mean? Okay, we're just gonna stock up on stuff right now. His damage. Oh, this is actually a decent little ring here. Double res. Is it soda or just water? It's carbonated water. It's like sparkling water, basically.
Yes. Be wary.
Sparkling water. Max 73 max life. Shit. It's actually not bad. Yo, steady Eddie 23. What's up, man? How you doing? How long till Raxx come on? He'll be on in like 2 minutes. He'll be on in like 2 minutes. All right, let's get prepped. I also need to use the washroom really quickly too before we get started. I'm so excited for this. Where do you find this dope music? I have a playlist, Maj. I have a playlist, dude. All right. We are getting the podcast started very shortly. We're back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Damn, we have a record-breaking 182 people watching right now without a raid. That is so exciting, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by today. This is the most viewers I've ever had fully natural without any raids. Sending my morning with my second favorite Canadian. Hey, Raxx, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Had a little bit of a dicey morning. Internet's been a bit wishy-washy, but I think we're holding strong now. What's going on with you?
Absolutely nothing. Just chilling.
Nice, dude.
Do you need me to turn on my webcam here, or
Yes.
do we just do audio?
Yeah, we'll do webcam. I will turn on my webcam as well so that you can see exactly what the podcast setup looks like. We're also live on my channel. If you want to read chat, I will send a link to you as well.
Yeah. So okay, dang it, like I thought. Okay, let me hang up. I'm gonna call back on my other computer or answer on my other computer.
Sure, no worries.
Grab it.
Raxx is an OG, dude. This is like a This is like a surreal moment. I went to look and see if he was still on the call. I was like, yo, this is a surreal moment.
All right. Can you hear me? Hello. Sorry. Other
Hello,
computer?
welcome back.
All right.
The streamer computer and regular computer thing is something that I have no experience with, so unfortunately I can't offer any assistance.
No, you're good. Here. Oh, I see. Let's see here. Oh, let me try this. Let me try closing this.
No worries.
I'm gonna figure this out. Maybe.
So what I've done in the past is, oh, there it is. I don't even need to say what I've done in the past because we're here now.
Oh man. You've never guessed this, but I actually used to work in IT
Oh,
many
really?
moons ago. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is 95% of troubleshooting is just restart your computer.
The old, have you turned it on and off again?
Yeah, fix this like 95% of problems.
Hold on, let me see if I can make this a little bit better here. Yeah, there's been a lot of people in the chat today. I actually believe you have many fans here. Excited to hear you talk about everything that we got to talk about. How cool is that, man?
I have to. It feels like I have to say this on like every podcast or whatever. I just don't think of myself as anybody special, man. I'm just a regular old Jim Bob. You know what I mean? I'm just a normal person. But yeah, I appreciate it. You had a very good list. You had some very interesting topics there that I don't think I've ever talked about before. Like an ARPG tier list. That was good.
Yeah, hold on, sorry. I'm like dialed in on making sure that everything looks good here on my end as well.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I appreciate that you checked out the list. And one thing that I've kind of learned, I mean, this is episode 45. I started doing this last year. I'm pretty new content creator. Was just to do research, and I feel like I sat down for a good like probably 3 hours and just went through your channel and looked at all of your content and kind of studied a little bit about yourself and where you kind of started and everything. And I'm just so excited to hear from the source, kind of your journey. And that's kind of what it's all about with this podcast, is kind of like not just talking about PoE. Like PoE is kind of the glue that binds everybody together, but it's more about kind of shedding light on the people that we get to enjoy their content from, beyond the screen, right? Which is cool.
Oh, I've got to tell you, you get massive credit from me on that, because I can't tell you how many times over the years I've went to different meetings with like different companies, and just from previous career experiences, I'll research things before I go in, and usually when I come in, like I'm at least somewhat prepared. And it feels like almost everybody else just kind of shows up to the meeting and kind of sees how it goes. You know what I mean? And it always kind of surprised me. I'm like, am I doing something wrong here? Like, I'm actually preparing ahead of time for this. And it sounds like you do the same. So you get massive credit from me for that.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I know that you're a fan of like Google Docs and like organization and stuff like that, and so I figured you'd probably get a kick. I figured you'd probably get a kick out of the document.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah. All right, man. If you're all ready to go. Oh, also, do you want to just do like a quick like I don't know, 5-10 second like intro, just for audio purposes, just to make sure that we have your audio dialed in?
Sure. Hi guys, I'm Raxx. Can you hear me? Audio. How does it sound? Hello. What's up?
On my end, he sounds great. Anybody have any complaints before we hit the record button? Sounds good to me. Okay, beautiful. I feel like a lot of people are just ready to listen along. Awesome. All right, I'll do a quick countdown and we will get started, man.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Passive Tree Podcast. podcast dedicated, talk about life, Path of Exile 2, and everything in between. Today on episode 45, I'm joined by a fellow ARPG content creator, streamer, the man with the blue hoodie himself. It's none other than Raxx. Welcome on, and how are you doing today, sir?
Hey man, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm so happy to be able to talk to you about everything that we're going to talk about today. Before we get into anything, I just want to just express this kind of interesting sort of place that we're in right now within the PoE space, PoE 2 specifically. There's a certain level of hysteria that happens prior to any league that comes out. And this one, I feel like, and I don't have too much experience with this, but this one feels like it's extra hysteria because GGG has been very, very quiet about the news and everything. We've gotten to the point now where we're dissecting Twitter messages for cryptic, images and stuff like that. Have you been noticing anything going on with regards to this? You've been completely tuned out of the hysteria happening.
No, I've definitely been following it. I don't know. People are just salivating for more PoE2. I think part of it is because, the last couple of patches aren't exactly what Grinding Gear games said they would be. They've been like shifted forward, and at a minimum, this is supposed to be the mega endgame patch. So no, I definitely feel it and hear about it all the time. Like half of the messages in all of my streams are, Raxx, are you ready for 0.5? What secret things can you tell me about 0.5? It's like, guys, I don't know why you think out of all people I'm the one that would have this info, because unfortunately I'm not.
Yeah, it's I think the community is going extra nuts right now. And they're really pushing it to the last minute, I feel like, based on like their kind of initial timeline that they proposed, kind of end of April, early May. And so I think the general sentiment is that we're getting something like this week, hopefully. So sad that we couldn't discuss like the upcoming patch in more detail, because I was really hoping that like by this podcast we'd have like at least something to sort of talk about. But one thing that I did want to talk about is just what you've been up to lately. So I've kind of been popping into your streams here and there, just sort of keeping up with you. What's been going on the Raxx side of things?
So, I always have been a big Last Epoch player. I've played Last Epoch since before it has released. I think the last season of Last Epoch was by far its best one, if for no other reason that it introduced Last Epoch's take on corruption. And Last Epoch's take on corruption is a little bit more favorable, I think, mathematically than Grinding Gear games. And also, there are just so many other random, crazy outcomes. I think it's just so fun. Like it's it's almost universally accepted that ARPG players love that last step. They love that gambling piece. It just makes for such interesting moments in ARPGs. So I played that for a long time. I made 3 full characters that cleared Uber Aberoth. I don't know if you ever played it or fought him, but he's pretty tough. You ever fought Uber Aberoth before in Last Epoch?
No, I haven't gotten to him yet. But I've played the new league. I played it on hardcore, and I love the SSF like mode in Last Epoch. I think it's like the best SSF mode out of like any ARPG. But I haven't done any like pinnacle bosses or anything like that. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, I mean, killing Uber Aberoth on hardcore is an unbelievable achievement if you can accomplish that. But he's like a proper difficult pinnacle boss. Like if you don't have outrageous DPS, you have to actually dodge all of his mechanics. It's up there with like some of the PoE 1 pinnacle bosses. But then I actually jumped in for a weekend and played Torchlight Infinite. And again, I think I'm actually surprised more people don't play Torchlight Infinite. I know there is a pay to win mechanic with the pets in the end game. It is a free game. It's completely free, and you do not have to engage with the pay to win. And again, it's got a lot of good things going for it. Really good character progression, item progression. It has pretty good crafting. It has pinnacle bosses. It has a pretty deep end game. You could argue like deeper than most of the other ARPGs, except again, PoE 1. So I played that for a little bit too, and now I'm just warming up on D4, getting ready for the expansion.
Okay, busy man, mostly or all ARPG gaming as of the last little while. I did see that you were playing Last Epoch for quite a bit, and it was really it made me happy because I've been supporting like 11th Hour Games for a long time, like basically since they released their game into early access. I bought it. I love ARPGs as well. I'm such a passionate ARPG player, and I loved their like story, like kind of a band of like these guys on Reddit, these passionate ARPG players who made this game. And I have to say, dude, the journey that the game has been on has been incredible. I've like kind of stopped in once a year. I do my yearly kind of stop into Last Epoch and play it. And this most recent I guess it's season 4. This most recent season has been amazing. Like it's been super duper fun. The corruption, as you mentioned, I feel like it was an interesting way to see their approach to corruption. They do have a lot of fun like outcomes, and I was just slamming everything. I just wanted to see what was possible.
Oh, yeah.
I had no
Oh, yeah.
idea like what I could even get half the time, and I just wanted to see some of the items were just like unusable, which was funny. Like you just literally couldn't use your item anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to ask you, sort of like generally speaking, like how have you enjoyed the journey that Last Epoch has been from 2020 until now?
I think Last Epoch is probably third best in terms of the patches that they deliver and how much they improve their game. Obviously, grinding your games is pretty far ahead. I think any rational person come to that conclusion. I actually think the second company that has the second biggest patches is Torchlight. Torchlight, I think it's a lot of love from XD, who has been updating it like a maniac for like 12 straight seasons. But Last Epoch usually does a pretty good job. The problem with the way that they are updating the game is their seasons are just way too infrequent. It feels like we only get like 2 patches a year, but honestly, with grinding your game's cadence for PoE 2, it keep getting delayed, delayed, delayed. And again, we're seeing this potentially pushed back again. They're going to like seem like longer than a 4-month cadence as well. I think some of these ARPG studios are struggling just to keep up with this kind of demand or this cycle that we're used to doing. But when Last Epoch drops an update, it's usually pretty good. It's usually pretty well thought out. And if they can just add one winning mechanic every single patch, like corruption going forward, um, I think the game is already pretty great. I think the game is going to reach a ton of new audiences when it releases on console. Um, I think each patch is really moving the game forward in a meaningful way, and that's all you can really ask for these days.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the crafting system in Last Epoch just stands pretty high up there on the ARPG like crafting system tiers. Like it's hard for me to, think of anything else that sort of has sort of that accessibility, but also that depth as well. I think obviously Path of Exile 1 has an insane amount of depth that you can do, but I think the accessibility portion of that crafting system is a little bit like overwhelming at times. So I think they really hit the nail on the head with a lot of things in Last Epoch. I think that it's really cool that they're very aware of sort of the feel of combat and how they've sort of over every single update, they've really just dialed in their animation, sound effects, and it looks like they're continuing to do that with like every patch as well, which is cool. One thing that I'm not super stoked on is like the paid like Paragon classes. I feel like that kind of threw a wrench in myself as a person who was supporting this game for a long time under like the premise of buy the game once, you get all the content basically moving forward for forever. What are your thoughts sort of about the paid classes coming in, I think next season 5?
Yeah, I think the paid, if I is it next season? Because I thought it was the season after that. You might be right, but I thought it was the next one. But I don't know. Maybe you're right. It's either the next one or the one after that. So for me, the biggest issue here, out of all the complaints that I hear, the one that I find the most valid is that EHG just didn't tell us the truth, right? They told us that this would never happen. They would told us there would never be an additional charge for any other content in the game, and now there is a charge. So when people say, Raxx, the thing that bothers me is they lied to us, I have no defense for that. That's true. Excuse me. So the the rest of it doesn't really bother me that much because excuse me. Losing my voice here. Too much screaming at people in World of Warcraft. You ever played Classic WoW?
I've heard that you're playing. I stopped into Gazzy and DM stream yesterday, and I think Gazzy had your parses pulled up, and he was he was comparing your Shadow Priest parses. And I thought that was awesome that you guys are all playing together.
Yeah, Gazzy has like a 99.5 or something. I have a 98.9. It's very upsetting, but I'll catch him. I promise you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was losing my voice there for a second.
Oh, you're all good, dude.
So the fact that they lied bothers me. The whole rest of it, when I think about the whole process, doesn't bother me that much because EHG just flat out told us they're in the red. They're just losing money. They have a studio with a lot of bodies working on the game, and they're not making money. So we've got two choices. We either get bought out by somebody to increase capital, or we don't do that and we start charging more money just so we can keep going, or we just shut down Last Epoch. So the worst outcome for me is shut down Last Epoch or stop its development. If the game doesn't get better with these ARPGs, usually people won't continue playing this genre just for how the game is, right? We expect it in this day and age to be updated somewhat with something for us to do. So I'd way rather them take any path that keeps Last Epoch going forward. And then for how they're choosing to monetize it, it's weird because if you ask people, would you rather just buy an expansion or would you rather get the expansion for free and then just buy the classes? Most of them will tell you they'd rather buy the expansion, but it's actually a little bit strange because assuming this is an assumption that the prices are the same, well, the second option is actually just strictly better because you get the expansion for free and you only have to buy a subset of that for the same price. But it's the psychology of it, right? The way that the information is presented to you, even if option B is strictly better, it seems scummier. It seems kind of like a scam or something. And so people like it less. But when I think about it, a game charging money for an expansion or for classes in an expansion is a very, very normal thing. And I bought Last Epoch two years ago for $30, and I played it for maybe close to 2,000 hours. The rate of return on my money is outrageous. If there's another expansion for $30, and again, like we talked about earlier, if it moves the game forward, it's hard for me to get angry about that. You know what I mean? But I would love to hear like your opinion and tell me like where I'm wrong or where I'm not thinking about it right.
I don't think you're wrong about that. I think the main issue stems from, I think, first of all, I think we talked about the initial point of it be problematic of the lying, right? I think that's ultimately where people get the most upset about, is that expectations were set and then they weren't met. I think the thing that sort of supports that disappointment is whenever you charge for an expansion, you're charging for content. Um, Everybody who buys that content essentially gets to play through that at the same level with all of the existing classes and playstyles, essentially. Um, obviously barring some balance changes to classes, weapons, and whatnot. But if you charge for a class but then release the expansion for free, what happens is that everybody who decides to play the expansion gets to play the expansion, but there's only a subsection of people who get to play the new class. And so it creates a sort of divide. And then what oftentimes I've seen happen, and we've seen this with Diablo 2 Resurrected, with the Warlock, we've seen this with Diablo 4, with the Spiritborn, is that oftentimes these classes are a bit, I'm sorry for just listing two Blizzard games specifically, but those are the ones that came to my head.
Go ahead.
But
go ahead.
those are two examples of paid classes that, while I did buy them and try them out, it felt like they were overtuned. And it kind of raises a discussion about, if you're going to sell a class, where does it lie on the power scale? And oftentimes you don't want a class that you're selling that's basically helping generate revenue to be underpowered, right? It just doesn't make sense. And so I feel like they generally fall onto the side of they're a bit more strong than they need to be. Like, the Warlock in Diablo 2 Resurrected just shits on the game, right? Like with
Yeah.
very little investment. And so
Yeah.
that's kind of where I think it can be a bit problematic. What do you think about that particular point?
That first point you made, I've actually never heard that. I think that's actually brilliant. That is an actual, tangible difference in that people's experiences are different. Playing the expansion without having access to the classes for some people. That's a good one. I've actually never thought of that. Um, I think the other part is a problem, and it's a phenomenon that happens often, but that's just like the developer's choice, or honestly the developer's error, for example, right? So like the example that everybody always brings up is the Spirit Born for the Diablo 4 expansion, right? About how stupidly overpowered it was. It's like 30 pit tiers higher than the next class. But the thing about that is that was just a mistake, because most of the reason why the Spirit Born was way better than the other classes was bugs. And they were bugs that actually were crashing the servers, so Blizzard had to fix them. And you make a good point, and that's exactly how it is. Where if you make a paid class, you certainly can't have it underpowered, because if the thing that you paid for sucks, then everyone who ever gave you money will hate you, and you're never going to get any money from them ever again, and they're not going to trust you.
Yeah.
But if you make it the most powerful thing, then you've betrayed everybody who's trying to play the game quote unquote fairly without, forking over the money for the new class. So honestly, I don't envy the developers' position on that. They are pretty much required to get it exactly right. Like it's got to be really good, but not game breaking, and not so good that people feel like they have to buy it in order to even compete in the game.
Yeah, precisely. It's an incredibly difficult thing to balance, and I agree with what you said. I don't I don't envy developers having to sort of figure that out, but it is part of the paid sort of class debate, right? Is like, where does this thing fall under? And there's so many examples. I'm sure if I did more research, we could find more that kind of were in line with. They're generally, I think, stronger, and it makes sense, right? You can't really blame them for that. But yeah, I would love to move on from this topic. I think we're going to be talking a lot more about ARPGs. But before we dive into more ARPG related stuff, I'd love to get some Raxx lore, if you're cool with moving on to some of
Yeah.
that stuff. Okay, so I heard this question on Lex Friedman's podcast. He was interviewing Jeff Kaplan. I don't know if you've listened to that one. It was incredible. But he asked Jeff Kaplan, when did he first fall in love with video games? And so I'd love to ask you that as well.
So this was pretty much immediately. So my parents loved video games. So when I was born in 86. I'm old. So when I was a baby, I was just kind of sitting there on my mom's lap on the bed, and my mom was playing a regular Nintendo, and she was playing Mario. And I remember, like, you don't remember that much when you're that young, but I remember watching the screen, and I finally was starting to piece together little things. And I thought at the beginning I was just watching a cartoon, like I'm watching a TV show. And then one day, like I was it just wasn't like making sense to me, like what I was seeing. And then I kind of like looked around, I looked down, and I saw my mom was holding some kind of device. And I finally, I remember when the light bulb hit, and my mom was controlling this character, and that's why this character keeps dying. And at the moment I realized that, I said, "Mom, give me that thing." And I was just like, I started playing, and it didn't take long where it's like, all right, guys, I'm going to be playing the video games around here. This guy's suffered enough. He's hit enough piranha plants. He's fallen into enough holes. He's got hit by enough Bowser fireballs. Like, I'm going to be playing around here. But So I grew up playing like the original Zeldas and the Final Fantasies, and those were my favorite things by far. And then like I guess the first moment where I ever played a game where I was just actually in awe of how fantastic it was is when I played Final Fantasy VII. To this day, I still think it's the greatest video game ever made. I've played the other top contenders. I've played A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, and I played WoW for a million hours. I still think Final Fantasy VII is the best. And then how I got started on ARPGs is when Diablo 2 came out. My friend Corey bought it, and I started playing it, and I was like, wow, you're like actually dungeon crawling and upgrading your gear. I'm like, oh, dude, you should not have shown this to me. Because then I was just addicted instantly. It was terrible.
Diablo 2 was such a amazing game for my childhood as well. I remember my stepdad came home. I've told this story a bunch of times on this podcast, but I always love it. And he bought Diablo 2 secondhand with a bunch of other Blizzard games like StarCraft and the expansion pack Brood War. And he just came home with this box of amazingness. And I look back on this now and I think, what was this guy doing selling these games during like Blizzard's prime time? Like, why did he get rid of this stuff? Maybe it had already taken over his life or something. I'm very grateful for it, but I'm just like, I want to know like what this guy, why this guy was getting rid of these goated games. And yeah, so I love that. So you started off at a very young age, you're playing console, and then you kind of swapped to ARPGs when Diablo 2 came out. You've listed quite a few games off there in your answer. Don't hate me, but I've actually never played Final Fantasy VII, so I definitely need to go back and try that one. I don't know what I was doing at the time, but I totally slept on it. If you could say anything else, I know you talked about WoW, Final Fantasy VII, Diablo 2. Was there anything else from your childhood, early adult life, or even now that's been impactful to you monumentally as a video game?
Um, the other two like more recent games that have kind of blown me away were the first time I played Elden Ring was the first time I played a Souls game, and unfortunately, I mean this is a sad thing to say, but I'm just gonna tell you, probably the dumbest thing that I did was I streamed it. And it's not like any of the ARPG people that like normally watch us that were there that ruined it. It was the Souls community. The Souls community came into my stream and they certainly tried their best to ruin my experience, but I mean, clearly they didn't do a good job because I still think it's one of the best video games ever. I couldn't believe how good the combat was, how they built the difficulty, how big the world was, how many different stories and side quests, and how all your decisions mattered. I just couldn't believe the magnificence of that game. So that got me into like other Souls games. Like I played Lies of P, and I love that. And I need to actually go through and properly play the Dark Souls games now. And another game that I thought was brilliant was I played Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't quite finish it. I'm pretty far into Act 2, and there's 3 acts, and I heard the third act's the biggest. So that game is unbelievable. Again, like a turn-based D&D game. And then Expedition 33 last year, I thought was just breathtaking. Just thought it had such a god-tier story and soundtrack. I love their take on turn-based, but it also had some skill elements to it, like the dodging and the parrying or whatever. And then a lot of people don't know, like, actually the first video game tournament I ever won was a fighting game. I also grew up playing Halo. I went to a lot of tournaments for that. So I played fighting games, ARPG games, MMO. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm just a huge loser, man. I play so many video games. It's crazy. I've kind of just wasted my life away, but here we are.
Hey man, it sounds like you were having a lot of fun throughout your life, and that's no way to waste. You're not wasting time if you're having fun, I think. And dude, I mean, you've made it your job, which is like a, kind of a like pinch me, wake me up. Am I playing video games for a living type of moment? I feel like, right? Like you found what you love to do, and then you followed your path, and you decided to pursue that, and I think that's very respectable, man. So. Definitely not a loser in my book. And there's lots of people out there that would probably disagree with you as well. But you know what? There's one thing that I want to ask you that I personally don't know the story about. I'm sure that you've talked about this before, but I want to know the story about the blue hoodie, man. How did that happen?
Okay, so they say like don't meet your heroes, right? This is kind of like that thing, like don't hear the story because it's way less magnificent than it would seem it would be. So so I was working full time at Nationwide Insurance. You ever heard that? Nationwide is on your side. I worked there for 10 years. And I was getting my second master's degree after I was working. And at the same time, I decided I'm going to be a streamer no matter what. I'm going to keep working and I'm going to finish my master's and I'm going to be a streamer at the same time. So it was March 13th, 2019. I went to work and then I went to my master's courses. Then I got home and I had it all set up. I had my computer. It's going to be my first stream. And then I saw the OBS pop up and my hair was like all crazy. And I was like, I was already tired, man. Like I'm already tired, boss, on the very first day. I'm like, wow. Well, I got up early. I worked all day. I drove all the way across town and then I went to school and now I sat down and now I'm gonna stream. Like, wow, like what a day, right? And I was like, I was wearing an Under Armour blue hoodie. I'm checking if I have it next to me. I still have it. And I was like, uh, I have an idea. I have the smartest idea. No one's gonna watch me anyway. I'm just gonna put the hoodie up. There. Now my hair looks fine. Like, oh yeah. It just looks like I'm wearing a hoodie. I streamed and nobody watched me. I had one viewer or two viewers, my mom and my brother. Nobody actually came to watch me. That's the end of the first stream. But I said I was going to stream every single day for 10 straight years on the first stream. So the next day, I did the same thing, but I had the Under Armour hoodie on over my work clothes because it was like my jacket. I sat down again. I'm like, oh, well, okay, I know what to do here. I figured this out yesterday. I put the hoodie up. Day 3, same thing. And then someone popped into my stream and he goes, are you going to wear that stupid hoodie every single day? It was like one of the first chat messages I ever had in my stream. And I go, no, of course not. I'm only wearing this because this is my jacket. And I was thinking, well, I could do that, but no, I definitely won't. And then I remembered I'm like the most uncreative human being that's ever been born on planet Earth. And I'm never going to have like a defining characteristic. That's never going to happen for me. So I was like, this, as stupid it is, could be it. I could just wear a blue hoodie every day. And then, of course, everyone just said that I'm wearing it because I'm bald. I'm not bald at all. But if I was bald, I wouldn't care. Actually, if I was bald, that would be great. Then I don't have to comb my hair ever again for the rest of my life. So I'm rooting for myself to go bald. But anyway, that's the lore there. It just, I was just too lazy to go comb my hair, and then someone complained about it, and then complaining just made me have an epiphany. This has to be my thing.
Okay, so it wasn't like you set out initially to be like, this is my thing. It kind of just happened sort of naturally as you like continued to stream in the very early days. One thing that I wanted to highlight from your answer is this pledge to stream for 10 years, which is just a huge statement to make at the very beginning of a stream, like as of a streaming career, right? Like even for myself as somebody who's relatively new to content creation and streaming and stuff like that, you know, for me, it was like, can I commit to doing 3 days a week with everything else? And you came right out the gate and said, I want to stream every day for 10 years. I'd love for you to just walk us through sort of like where you were at in life at that point and how did that sort of influence you making that bold of a decision?
Yeah, I mean, these are good questions, man. You came prepared. Wow. Okay.
Thank
Good.
you, man.
That's a good one. All right. So, as it might have been obvious from my previous answer, I was busy. I'd kind of climbed the hierarchy at Nationwide Insurance, so I had your standard really good corporate job with good benefits, and I always I always pursued education. I was a kid that loved school. I want to learn, feed me knowledge. And since my job would give me was it 5250 free tuition credit per year because of the corporate tax benefits. I don't know, it's like 5250 or something. I can't remember the value. I always used it. So I worked there for 10 years. So it got me my math major. It got me my first master's. I have my CPCU, if you know what that is, Chartered Property and Casualty Underwriter. I have that degree. So then I was like, well, what do I do now? I mean, I'm not going to leave the 5250 on the table, so I'm just going to go for another master's. So okay, let's enroll for my MBA. It's more of a I just love learning, and there's free money on the table. So my day was really packed. But when I started to look into streaming, I think I had a different attitude toward it than other people. Like, I love video games so much that I was looking at some other streamers, and a lot of them are it's just kind of like a shot in the dark, right? They're like, well, I've got all these things going on. Let me sprinkle in streaming and see if I can get the snowball rolling. And then if it starts rolling, then I will pursue it. This was not my attitude at all. Streaming, even at this point in my life, was option A, and it was only option A. And the way that I came to that conclusion was I had spent so much time climbing, and I, had the basic necessities in life. I had a decent salary, I had good benefits, I had the protection where if I lost my job, I had so much education that I could just get another one, right? So I had the security there. And then I realized when I was sitting there doing my work, and on my other monitor, I was watching streamers like Al Kaiser and Mods and Kriparian, the dinosaurs over there. I was like, that has to be me. Like I just want to play video games all day long. It's different than my friends growing up. Like all my friends growing up, they loved video games, but for me it was something very different. When they fell asleep at the LAN parties, I just plugged 3 extra controllers in the Xbox, and I'd practice spawn killing and memorizing every spawn on Wizard, on Derelict, and Halo 1, and then when they woke up, they had no chance cuz I never went to sleep. Like I was so warm, like I just started slaughtering them. Um so anyway, to get directly to your point, the reason why I came up with streaming every day for 10 years is because I wanted to do something unique, and I knew that I had to do something to make people notice me. I didn't have the blue hoodie at the time. I made the 10-year commitment before I started wearing the blue hoodie, or I knew that was a thing. But I was like, this will at least make people wonder, or it might make them talk about me in other streams. Like, did you see this new guy, how stupid he was, how he said he's going to stream every day for 10 years, but people usually don't even stream for one? That's so dumb. But I just wanted to show them how unbelievably serious I was about making this work.
That's fascinating. Do you think that the sort of stability that you kind of curated through your constant improving of your career prior to streaming sort of made you feel unhappy as well? Like were you sort of in a place of like fulfillment in that sort of trajectory in your life, or were you sort of looking for another way to maybe provide more fulfillment in your life as well as a follow-up?
Yeah, so kind of like that. It's just so no one, no one ever who's ever been born on planet Earth dreams of doing insurance. No one dreams of doing that, right? And a lot of people, when I say insurance, a lot of people think, oh, that means that Raxx sold insurance policies. No, that's one area of insurance. I have actually never sold insurance to anybody. I'm not knocking on your door trying to extend your car warranty or something. I actually was a part of the insurance company building the product that we would sell you, like doing the mathematical part. So that part I love because I'm doing math, but the the driving force between me getting out of what I was doing and into streaming was it finally dawned on me that that is what I should be doing. Like the older I got, and the when you're just going through the motions of your job, sometimes it'll become apparent like what should you be doing? And I can tell you there are essentially 3 jobs that I could be doing in the world where I would feel like as you described it, the maximum amount of fulfillment. Like, I actually feel great about what I'm doing every day. The first thing is content creation. The second thing is most of my family is in the medical field. I would love to be an ER surgeon. I would love it. Like, they wheel you in, they give me some info. I got 60 seconds to save your life. A lot of people like say like they would hate the pressure of that or feel responsible, but I mean, you're dying anyway, buddy. If I don't do something, you're a goner anyway. So at least let me try. And I would have loved to be the first person on Mars. I was actually going to go into aeronautics instead of mathematics, but my family didn't have the money to um pay for my college, and I scored well enough that where I lived, the University of Nebraska, was willing to give me a full ride if I went into engineering, but they didn't have a space program. So I was like, well, I can get free college, but I can't study space, but I would rather study space. But I had a massive injury to my right ear. I had to have a tympanoplasty, which is where they rip out your eardrum and sew you a new one. So I can't go to space anyway because the G forces just ripped my ear open. So that dream was crushed when I was 11 anyway. So yeah, I guess maybe this is getting to be too long of an answer, but it really comes down to finally I had that aha moment where I can't go to med school. I'm too old for this because I started streaming when I was 32. I'm not going to go to med school and become a surgeon at this point. And then I could study aeronautics, but then I can't go to Mars anyway because my ear doesn't work. So content creation it is. We're doing that.
And here we are. Yeah, I feel like it would be crazy. Hopefully this happens in the future where we get some sort of access to like alternate timelines. And I want to see like, you know, the timeline where Raxx goes to Mars and then he's also an ER surgeon. Like there's a lot of potential with this. You know what I mean? This is interesting. Okay, so when you started streaming, I went back and did, you know, sort of, you know, I clicked that oldest button on your YouTube channel, as I do with everybody. And I saw that your
Yeah.
first YouTube video was from 7 years ago. Also, side note, before we get into this, I just want to like ask you, how the heck did you make all of your thumbnails cohesive over 7 years? I don't understand how that's possible. Like, even for me, as somebody who started making YouTube videos like a year ago, my thumbnails are all over the place. And I'm scrolling through your thumbnails. I'm like, every single one has the same format. Was that like something you just you hit the nail on the head with the first one, or you had to go back and adjust them over time? Shed some light on that.
All right. So again, I'll give you a story here. You've asked me several questions I don't think I've ever answered before. This one might be interesting.
Okay.
So I in the final years of when I worked at Nationwide, I used to make all the presentations for all the high level AVPs and VPs to present at the huge meetings. So there were a bunch of different people that were making these presentations, but a lot of the AVPs noticed the one that I was working for, his name was Rick. They liked the way that they liked my style in doing it. It's kind of like how the Google Doc, how I do the Google Doc, how it's very like direct with no fluff. That's how it's probably because I was a mathematician, right? Like I try to do things efficiently. So I somehow got voluntold to be making all the presentations for everybody. Then there was a girl named Caitlin. She got hired into our department, and she came up to me and she was like, "So Ryan, the way you present information, I love it. But do you realize that you are the world's worst like artist? Do you understand like the whole like color palettes that you have here are just completely wrong?" And I go, "I did know that I'm the world's worst artist, but I don't know how to fix it and I put no effort into it." She said, "I'll make you a deal. I'll teach you how to make artistic things and then you just implement it and make your presentations less shitty." I go, "I would love that." So she taught me about like all these contrasting colors and how centering everything is literally the death of any art. That's not what you do. And she walked me around the huge building we had and looking at paintings and the rules of thirds. And then she had me read these articles about fonts and which fonts did people consider the most beautiful, where millions of dollars have been poured into it. Fun fact, the voted most beautiful font is Gotham. So Gotham is usually not an available font in a lot of word processing documents. So the closest font to Gotham is Century Gothic, which is a font in most documents. So you'll see like anything that I make, if I have the choice, I make it in Century Gothic because I learned from Caitlin. Anyway, when I started to do that, I noticed that I had to make so many presentations instead of just the few I was making for Rick, that I had to make a template. And then when I made a template, I built an Excel file where you would just answer some questions and it would create you a PowerPoint. It would just fill in my template and it looked so organized and beautiful. I was like, wow, this brings a tear to my eye. Thank you, Caitlin. So I put in my 2 weeks and I get all my work done and I'm sitting there at work and I go, okay, let me make a template for every thumbnail that I'll ever use. And I go, okay, so what is a powerful thumbnail? Then I started reading about it and they say, don't have too many words, have one central image or one main image, yada, yada, yada. And I learned from Caitlin about shadows and different like opacities. And I put a bar across the middle, but then I tilted it and I purposely made it not perfectly center because that gives me the opportunity to put an additional line at the top if 3 words doesn't explain it. Then I put 3 or 4 words, a main image, and then I put the game in the back and I go, this is probably the worst thumbnail template ever, but I at least checked all the boxes of what I read on the internet, and Caitlin would approve of me doing the different like opacities with the bar across. And then I did that for a few years, and then my brother works on my YouTube with me. And then right before Diablo 4 launched, I had a meeting with my brother and I go, all right, this is the moment. We've been doing this for 4 straight years. We never changed the template. Should we change it? Because the meta is get the webcam and go, ooh, ah. And because, you have your face really big and it builds brand recognition and it's scientifically proven to get you more clicks. And Lee and I were just sitting there like, I would rather die than make those kinds of thumbnails. No offense to anybody who makes those. So I was like, I just can't do it, man. So let's just keep what we're doing. We're keeping it forever. We're never changing it. That's the lore of that template.
That is so interesting, and this is something that I immediately keyed into with your content. And I've been, following your journey for quite a while now. But I just wanted to know if it was sort of a conscious decision to make right out of the gate, which it was. Also, shout out to Caitlin. I mean, she gave you so much valuable like design and art advice. I feel like that is stuff that like many people that I know currently still do not possess when it comes to content creators or even people who just generally like art and stuff. They don't know about, the rule of thirds and color theory and contrasting colors and like fonts, like the actual like knowledge that you kind of learned from Caitlin about like, or I guess, from her and from, your own resources as well about how to choose a font appropriately and stuff like that. Like, that's all amazing. And I just think it's super cool that that was sort of like a decision that you had decided to make right out of the gate. And that's been consistent over so many years. So that is so cool. Okay. So talking about Diablo a bit, I don't want to spend too much time talking about Diablo, but I would like to bring up Diablo with you because that's such a core part of your story. And so if I'm not mistaken, your first YouTube video was about that's visible on your channel. There could be content that's unlisted or something, but the first video is you playing Diablo 3. So essentially talk to me sort of about Diablo 3. How was it the game you started making content for or streaming? Like what was that like?
I started on D3. Again, a little bit of a story. This one's way shorter. Again, I'm taking streaming seriously. I made the thumbnail. I have a plan. I'm gonna stream every day for 10 years. And I was sitting there and I was like, all right, I essentially have three choices. I can start streaming in three different categories. I can start streaming in WoW, which is probably the game I'm the best at. The problem with WoW is I don't know what the future of WoW is like. And I would be one fish in a gigantic sea, right? There's so many people who stream WoW. How do you get people to even notice that you exist? It's a huge problem about becoming a streamer, which we can talk about at some other point. So WoW was an option. The other option was Halo. I was a good Halo player. Went to a lot of tournaments, played online a lot. I was like, I could play Halo. The issue is I don't know what the future of Halo is like. And, you know, at this point, starting at 32 years old, although I would be very, very good, I would never be the best ever. And there really didn't seem to be a market really for anyone who wasn't the best. What do? You log in and you play, but you can't really make too many guides about Halo, or what kind of content would you even make? I don't know. And then the third option was to play Diablo 3. It's a game that the Diablo franchise had been one of my favorites forever. Admittedly, I liked Diablo 2 better than D3, but I knew at some point Blizzard would release Diablo 4. And whenever they did, I was hoping that would be the metaphorical end of my life, where I would just blast it, you know, all day long, and that would be it. And say goodbye to your friends and family kind of thing. So when I was considering the three, I was like, okay, this seems actually very obvious. I just streamed Diablo 3. We're going to stream it for multiple years, and everybody cheats in this game. Everybody uses map hacks, and everybody bots, and everybody cheats to get perfect gear. I'm never going to do any of that stuff. I just think if I play all day, I actually think I have a legitimate chance to beat them. So then it became like a crusade, like, can I beat the cheaters? Da 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 da. And then the cheaters hated me, and then they made discords, and they didn't know it, but one of the cheaters out of all the cheaters would be my friend. And then I would make a fake name, and they would invite this random fake name, and I would hear them. I would actually see all the conversations that they'd have about me. They'd spread lies about me, saying that I'm cheating. They'd post it on Reddit. They'd have like my stream watch party, and they'd root for me to fail on my rank 1 attempts. It was kind of interesting. But yeah, so I already did love the Diablo franchise. I thought Diablo 4 was going to be the game I would play in the future. So between the three games, it seemed very obvious I needed to stream Diablo 3.
Okay, so another sort of smart decision that you made at the very beginning of your streaming journey was thinking about two things: the longevity of the particular game that you were going to play. You just vocalized you sort of didn't know where WoW was headed. You didn't know where Halo was headed, and that sort of helped you solidify in your mind. Despite both of us not knowing at the time where Diablo 4 was going, which we will get to shortly, guys. But so you kind of out of three options, you said, I think that this game has the best potential lifespan, and also it enables me to make YouTube videos about it, which you started doing, right? Which is very, very cool. And it's something that, again, people don't necessarily think about when they start making content. Like for me personally, I started making YouTube videos because I fell in love with Path of Exile 2. I played Path of Exile 2. I beat the game on hardcore, and I said, I'm going to make a video about what I learned. And there was no, future thought about, should I stream this game? Should I, whatever. It was sort of like a passion thing. But it's cool to hear sort of that when you decided to have this 10-year goal and make this a reality, you approached it from a very sort of smart way of going about it. And I hope that, folks who are thinking about potentially starting to do this, while passion is a great aspect to have, of course, if you want to do something that you love. Obviously, Raxx is very passionate about gaming. He's also approaching it with a very sort of analytical sense as well, a smart way to do it. So it's cool, man. Okay, so
Turn
Diablo
everything into a math problem.
Well, I mean, it makes sense based on your history, like you kind of have sort of that way of thinking already programmed in your brain. So connecting the dots and hearing you express how you've made these decisions or come to make these decisions totally makes sense. But it's just, yeah, it's cool. It's cool to hear. Very different from how I would operate, which is interesting. But yeah, so
What you're
I
doing
wanted
is
to kind of
working,
move.
man. So
Yeah, for sure.
sorry.
I want to. No, you're good. I'm trying to segue here, and it's tough because there's so much to unpack with the Diablo stuff. Like, if we had another hour, I would love to get into sort of what you just mentioned about the, the hate watchers and the botters and cheaters and stuff like that. I feel like that's some like hidden stuff that we could definitely get into. But I think with Diablo 4 specifically, it's a pretty interesting journey because not only for myself and yourself, but I think for the general community, there's sort of it's a very polarizing game. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. And there's not too many people that kind of fit in the middle. And I do think that it generally, the game has sort of a bad like PR image, unfortunately, due to just, design decisions and probably development as well with a lot of the issues that they face with it. Are you able to share any of your high points with Diablo? First, and then we'll get into sort of the low points with regards to the game.
All right. So are we're talking specifically about Diablo 4?
Yes.
So it according to me, one of the high points about Diablo 4 is something that people never see. It's something that happens in the background. I think for a long time I've been very close with Blizzard. I can't tell you how many times, as we talked about, before we fired up this podcast, that we had meetings about Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 and how could we make the game better. And people, I think, I understand people don't actually see it, but people don't understand how much time I spent parsing through comments on YouTube videos or making notes of things that I keep seeing people saying on Twitch chat or reading Reddit threads or reading the official forums. And then much like, how I make summary videos on YouTube about how the state of an ARPG is going, I would take this information, process it, and go behind the scenes and talk with Blizzard about, hey, here's what the community is saying, and I really agree with them. And let me show you why. Let me share my screen. Let me show you what's happening here. And here's what people are expecting to happen, and it doesn't work. And here are some ideas. And we sit there sometimes for hours with the developers trying to find a path forward. The problem is Blizzard is structured like the Titanic. When it wants to turn, 2 degrees this way, they aren't grinding your games. The two guys that are running the company are just sitting there on a couch chatting in jeans. If you give them an idea, they'll walk upstairs or whatever and tell Jim Bob, make this change by 4 o'clock before you clock out. It's just not like that. It's like turning like the Titanic. So the community for a long time thinks that we're not even trying, or the developers aren't aware, or da 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 da. It's just not the case. We spend a lot of time working on it. So for a long time, my relationship with Blizzard was one of the high points for me. Like I could definitely go to them. I went to Blizzard. I played Diablo 4 a long time before anybody played it. And I wrote them a big document. And one of the chapters of my document was, "My horse is not my friend." That was the name of the chapter. "My horse is not my friend." And the horse was so slow, it got stuck all the time. It got scared. There was like a scare mechanic, and then it was like a 30-second cooldown, and there were barricades all over. Like, it was the most dog shit thing ever. It didn't turn well. It was slow. Like the actual top speed of it was slow. I'm just like, guys, you guys are doing an open world game, and this horse sucks. Like, this is it. You've got to fix it. And then when the horse released, they made it a lot better. Like, you guys didn't see the first horse. You didn't see the horse that I had to play with in the alpha or whatever. And then everyone just says, "This is the worst horse ever. How could have done this?" I'm just kind of sitting there, I'm like, bro, you guys should have seen the horse before I wrote "My horse is not my friend," Blizzard. But one of the things that I think helps me the most nowadays, like playing video games this long is just the community, like the hype of the community at the beginning when Diablo 4 was coming and everybody was so excited. That's probably one of the most exciting things for me. Like if everybody's feeling good, that definitely rubs off on me and it makes me feel good. And when everyone started feeling bad, exactly the opposite. So Diablo 4 has very good bones. It's got an amazing system under it. It's got an amazing structure. That's good news. Like I don't know. I guess those are most of the high points of Diablo 4 that I'm talking about. The early days, the hype, the talking to the devs. That's probably the highest points for me for the game.
Yeah, I totally feel you, man. Like as somebody who fell in love with Blizzard at a young age, like yourself, and Diablo 2 was my favorite game for my entire life, actually, until like Path of Exile 2 came out, and I've slowly accepted that I think Path of Exile 2 is my new like favorite game ever, which is still crazy to say because the story for my life forever, people would ask you, Blaze, what's your favorite game? It wouldn't even be a question. Like how you basically said Final Fantasy 7 was like right off the top of your head, this game was like the shit. For me, that was D2
Yeah.
for so long.
Yeah.
And that led me to, midnight launch of Diablo 3 collector's edition, paying for, the extra 2 days to play Diablo 4 early. Like all of that stems from, the love that I found for D2. And, to be frank, I feel like the early days of Diablo 4, I had a shit ton of fun. And I know that some people will hate to hear that. And they're like, oh, like, D4 bad or whatever. But dude, I'm not going to lie. Like when that game came out, I fucking played the shit out of it for probably like 200, 300 hours and had a lot of fun. I think after that point, it just like kind of fell flat or whatever. And you kind of realize like where the problems lie. But before like the sentiment of that sort of like meme even came to exist, it was just fun for a bit. So you spoke about your highs. And I remember specifically when this video came out, that was definitely a low point for you. It was called A Message to the Diablo 4 Team from a Heartbroken Fan. This video was so powerful. And I don't want to get too into this because you very much eloquently broke down sort of what your major issues were about the game. And you got to a point where you were like, didn't really want to play it anymore, which is obviously like not ideal for somebody who loves Diablo as much as you do. I was just wondering, as sort of a follow-up, like, has anything changed since then for you? Has anything sort of improved on your end or made you sort of want to hop back in and revisit prior to this video coming out? Or sorry, after?
No, I wouldn't say anything super substantial. Again, the main issue with Diablo 4 is Diablo 4, the development of the game is just not made for people like it was in the mid 90s who were buying Diablo 2. So, who was the person buying Diablo 2 in the 90s? Well, first of all, it was someone with a computer. That already alienates tons and tons of people. They already truncated tons of the population. And then Diablo 2 was usually, not so much like a casual game. It was you really get really deep into it. You're a computer gamer and you're really invested into making this character really, really powerful and the whole journey that comes with it. But over time, I think it's just a lot more people got into gaming. And the number one, I think, misconception from the audience that is like that, the audience that loves games, is I don't think most people get how casual the average gamer is. So if you can take Diablo 4 and for a moment Men in Black and wipe it from your mind, just forget about it. Forget everything about the game, forget all the guides that you know, everything. And now imagine that you're a dad, right? You got a kid, you got a wife, you have a dog, you have a good family, you have a job. Nice. You go through your 9 to 5, your buddies say there's a new game called Diablo 4. You buy it for your Xbox or Is it on Xbox? I don't know. I don't follow consoles. Let's just say it's on Xbox. You buy it, you pop it in on a Friday night. You're sitting there on the couch with your dog and your wife. They don't want to play. You're just playing. You just sit there and you start in the cave and you go to the main thing and you kill some wolves and you pick up a couple of items. You're getting a little stronger. You take a look at the skill tree. Okay, I could take Fireball and make it attack a little faster. Okay, that's enough for me today. This game is fun. You go to work, every once in a while you pop back in and then you play a little bit further. You barely even got through the story one time. Then they announced they're having a brand new season with all these new things. There's a new battle pass. If you pay $10, you can look really cool and have a new horse. If you start to think this way, if you try to think quote unquote normally, you could see why a lot of people love Diablo 4. But it's very much developed in a way for these people to have success. You can level quickly. You get a lot of legendaries early, yada yada. That you can turn the difficulty down so low that you pretty much can't even die, no matter how low your toughness is. The boss fights, for the most part, are very, very easy. There's very few bosses like Uber Lilith that will ever actually challenge your dexterity as a human being whatsoever. So the issue here is not that Blizzard doesn't have this list of things that they're aware that these things could change and then it would be better for the gamer who loves the old school Diablo things. It's that their direction is mostly just to make a great game for everyone, which that laundry list of things that we give them a lot of times is not applicable to their mission. So in some ways, I could rattle some of them off. It is getting better, and it hopefully will get better in the expansion 7 days from now. But am I going to see the Titanic do a U-turn and go back? Is Diablo 4 going to become like Diablo 2-esque? No.
Yeah, I love the Titanic analogy. The slow turn is still a turn, and I'm an optimistic person. And at the end of the day, like I want the success of Diablo 4 to echo throughout the ARPG community, because I truly believe that the more good ARPGs have, the more that they all elevate. Like all rising tides raise all things. I forget what the I butchered the quote, but essentially that's how I believe that the ARPG genre as a whole is. And Force Gaming actually had a really great video that he put out recently about just the state of ARPGs in 2026. And quite frankly, if you're an ARPG player right now, you are probably eating really, really good with the amount of options that we have to play. And I think that, Diablo 4, as you eloquently put, is, it caters to a specific audience and it's very successful in doing that. And they're aware of that. And they've made very conscious design decisions to make sure that that game feels good for a more casual audience, I guess. And that's okay. That's fine. It's just funny how, people from other audiences, I guess, shit on it because it's not their type of game, when there are other games that they can play that have a lot more deep systems and mechanics and knowledge and all that kind of stuff. So I just think it's interesting that we're aware of where it fits in the ecosystem of ARPGs, but still people just don't accept that for some reason. I don't really understand. And I understand too that they have been very slow to make big developmental changes, which can definitely piss people off.
I think the point that you made is probably the most important thing about this situation. There are lots of different ARPGs that are new and modern that are getting updates that you can play. There's Torchlight, there's PoE 1, there's PoE 2, there's Last Epoch, there's Diablo 4. Grim Dawn, I think, is getting an expansion, and pre-development of Grim Dawn 2, I think, also starts this year. Yada yada. There's No Rest for the Wicked, the Souls game. Diablo 4 in that ecosphere is the game for the more casual players, and people get really upset at the word casual, whatever, however you want to define it. The people that just don't get really into it, or the people that don't have a ton of hours to play, or some other definition. And it is a good thing that there is a game for those kinds of players. I think that the only issue is the surprising thing to people is they never expected that franchise to be the Diablo franchise because it's the one that started it all. People have the nostalgia. People wanted Diablo, that franchise specifically, to be the one that carries the torch forward, that continues to innovate. And, we have what we have, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think that perfectly summarizes it. It initially started off as one thing where you could, spend hours and hours and hours searching for one item for your build, and then that item you could make a full build out of. Speaking directly about Diablo 2 in this particular case, but yeah, no, I think it's fine that it pivoted. And the cool thing about Diablo is obviously that it inspired other games, right? Like it's the grandfather of ARPGs. Diablo 1, Diablo 2. These games are single handedly responsible for inspiring other developers like GGG. These two guys in jeans, as you say, with their legs crossed on the armchairs. Like talking in the presentations, right? Like Chris Wilson, obviously a big, very very inspired by Diablo 2 to start grinding your games with the other folks over there in New Zealand. As we sort of move into some Path of Exile stuff, I wanted to first ask you about just like your general experience with Path of Exile 2. It's only been out for like a year and a bit, December of 2024. How have you been enjoying it over the course of its development so far?
I think for the amount of time that PoE 2 has been out, if you put me like on a scale for content creators, I've been very far on the optimistic side. A lot of people said, "Well, Rax, that's just PTSD from Diablo 4. You're just grasping to that's just grasping for anything you can grab on. A monkey will reach for any branch that's available." But yeah, in general, I've been very favorable from PoE 2 from the beginning. A lot of it was kind of doom and gloom from the PoE 1 community. PoE 1 died for this game. This game is way too difficult. My character's way too slow. Grinding your games nerfs everything that we make. We have to charge, do this to generate this runes so we can activate this skill so we can do 20% more damage with an 8-second cooldown, and armor sucks, and the only way we stack defense is with energy shield, and the end game is absolute trash. Or just mindlessly walking around through this big abyss. I was, again, like, I think of it like Diablo 4, where I can see the bones of the game are so strong and the system is so strong. But when I hear the developers on the couch talking about the game, they are trying to, they want PoE 2 to be approachable by the masses more than PoE 1, obviously, but they still got that, deep systems plan, the very intricate mechanics that the the other side of the demographic wants to sink their teeth into. So when I would listen to them talk in all the different, presentations that they had, I was just sitting there. I was like, this game's going to be great. Like, we just got to stick with it. We got to just keep making our videos and our feedback, and everybody involved in the community. We got to just keep giving them feedback. At some points there was like these standoffs between Zizarin and Jonathan about, your game sucks. It just punishes me to shit. And Jonathan's like, you suck. You just don't know how to play the game. And then the whole internet's freaking out. I'm like, guys, that was the best conversation we ever had. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we need. And we make some compromises and we reach this happy middle ground. And I think the game is just getting better and better and better. This is why, like, I'm not a part of this hysteria again, where everybody's like so anxious and so nervous about the next patch. Guys, I'm not nervous at all. I'm not anxious at all. Like, I want it to be out right now, of course, but I'm chilling. Just let them work. Let them work, guys. Grinding Gear Games has definitely earned my trust. I think that a few years from now, it's probably going to be PoE 2 is the best ARPG on the market by far. I've been pretty optimistic toward it from the beginning. I never really bought into the doom and gloom at all.
Yeah, that's awesome. I totally feel the same way, and I think it's mainly because I didn't play PoE 1 first. So a little bit about me, in case you didn't know, was I started with PoE 2 as the like first entry point into the Path of Exile universe. So, and there's a lot of people now that have actually like had the same experience that I've had, where PoE 2 was their first step into a raid class instead of PoE 1. But I think that allowed me to sort of see the bigger picture and appreciate sort of like a lot of the good. And as you mentioned, like the bones of the game for me were the interactions. I think there's so many things that actually blew me away when I first stepped into the game. But I think that the things that kind of go under the radar are the things that keep me in love with the game. Like I remember I played a sorceress when I started, and I had two skills. I had spark and I had firewall. And I remember the first time how I felt about shooting a spark through a firewall and seeing it catch on fire. And I was just like, that is fucking insane. Like I've never seen that in a game where I can shoot projectiles through shit and like the element, absorbs onto these projectiles. And then I had a buddy who was a mercenary and he was shooting his grenades and his crossbow bolts through and they were catching on fire. And I was like, this is like in like the second zone. Like you get introduced to this in like the Grellwood essentially. So very early on, I started to see what was possible here with regards to like these things that Grinding Gear Games was cooking. Circling back to sort of how you thought about Blizzard and the longevity of the Diablo franchise is sort of like um as an educational point about why you made the decision to start with Diablo 3. I had no idea how good Grinding Gear Games was as a developer when I started making content for the game. I kind of just stumbled into it, but I felt the same way you did when I saw them sort of talk about it for the first time, when I started actually paying attention to their development and the way they approach the game. And as you mentioned, like the way that they engage with the community. I think I would agree with you that the Zizrin interview was something that I think earned them so much respect in my book, because that was during like the Dawn of the Hunt update, where it was like very, very people were not happy with the game, and they still went out and did like this massive interview, right? And had like, debates and arguments, and sure, maybe it got a little too heated and maybe, things could have been said better, but it was crazy, man. And so, yeah, I think Grinding Gear Games does an amazing job, and I do think that there's a really bright future ahead for PoE 2. I know you said that you're not within the hysteria, but if we can like kind of play into that a little bit, like, do you have any sort of like any specific things that you really want to see in the next update?
I asked for the same thing from every gaming company for every patch. I'm Mr. Consistent. I want you to update the end game. That's it. I mean, another thing that would be good, and Grinding Gear Games has made it better, would be more crafting for PoE 2. PoE 1 has way better crafting than PoE 2 currently. The thing for me is that demographic that we were talking about that really likes to sink their teeth into it. How much of the time do you spend playing the campaign playthrough? And how much time do you spend playing the end game? Like I don't think people understand. It's kind of crazy, but I don't think they understand you spend almost all your time in the end game. So anything there that's very, very interesting, that meaningfully makes the progression better or gives me another way to navigate through the different challenges that you've built, any quality of life there, any new cool idea, that always ranks higher for me than anything. Like, I already know we're going to get all the different classes. We're going to get the swords. We're going to get, all the different weapon types that people want. We're going to get all the ascendancies. I already know those are going to be cool and awesome by default. I'm just so glad that the next patch is the end game patch, because that's what I want. If the end game is good, I think that's the core of everything. Is what are you actually doing? Then everything else is auxiliary around it, and that can be improved whenever they've got time.
Yeah, I think that they're very aware that the end game is probably going to be like this iteration that they're working on currently is going to be the one that probably gets carried into their like full release, and so there's a lot of pressure to make it very strong. Just as a sort of follow up to that, how how have you enjoyed, or perhaps even not enjoyed, the end game up to this point? Like, there's sort of two camps of people that I see within my community and within the general PoE 2 community. One of them is that they really like this sort of infinite atlas, this sort of like you can explore infinitely and there's things to find, and the more stuff they add, there's the more interesting things there will be to see in the infinite atlas. The other camp is, I hate this. I want this out of the game. I want something else. What that something else is up for debate, whether it's something closer to PoE 1 or something else. Where do you fall on this sort of line?
So I actually, it might surprise you. I don't I don't fall under either of it. I don't think that this infinite endgame atlas is the greatest thing ever. And I also don't think that it needs to be removed. We need something else. The way that I would describe it is the implementation of what we currently have. I mean, by Grinding Gear Games' own admission, they literally said the same thing, and they're changing it next patch. It sucks. And the reason why it sucks is it all just feels so random. It feels so open in a bad way. Elden Ring is an open world game that feels amazing. Zelda Breath of the Wild is an open world game that feels absolutely amazing. When you're doing the end game of Path of Exile, I can absolutely see how they thought sitting in the meeting room designing it, we're going to make it infinite and we're going to have the different biomes and we're going to navigate through here like this and go to the citadels. It sounded so good on paper, but then we had the first implementation of towers. I made a video a few years ago about how I thought towers might have been the worst mechanic ever implemented in an ARPG ever. And I had a huge document about how it's the worst thing ever. You have you have 2 floors for no reason. There's no mechanics. They have tiny little walkways, and then when you walk into the room, the ceiling, it doesn't disappear, so you can't even see in the room. So you just die. And it's just like, it had every problem with no benefit. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, if I remember the lore correctly, Grinding Your Games just said they slapped together this end game in a few months just so we would have something to play. Again, by their own admission, this system sucks. So what I'm going into this patch, I'm not thinking you better get rid of that infinite atlas or you better keep that infinite atlas. It's what you currently have sucks. Like the whole just randomly walking around and trying to find your way to citadels. They have made it better with the different patches, but it's kind of, for lack of a better analogy, they're just polishing a turd, right? The base system that we're currently iterating on just sucks. The PoE 1 endgame, which they just did another revamp to, I think is a much better system. I'm expecting them to steal something like that system. While their system is not infinite, the way that it expands out, it's a little bit organized, and it felt really good to progress through. Maybe they can take a system like that and apply that to their infinite idea, or maybe not. I'm very interested to hear what they're going to have to say, but I'm not married to one idea or the other.
Yeah, the towers in 0.1 were iconically bad. I don't know if you can see my background here, but this is an image that popped up on Reddit by King Kongor, and he photoshopped just every single node on the atlas as a tower. And it's been the background for my podcast for like 30 episodes. I love it so much. Yeah. But yeah, so no, I hear you, man. And I think personally for me, my tinfoil hat theory has been that they've kind of used Path of Exile 1 as sort of a testing ground. And, they've developed the end game for Path of Exile 1 over like years and years and years of constant iteration, less constant as it became really fleshed out and dialed in. But this recent update with Mirage, I played quite a bit of it, actually. It's like the most I've ever played with PoE 1. I love it, man. They did such a good job. And it made me very optimistic for 0.5, because if they can really dial in an endgame mechanic or an endgame system that was already pretty well loved by the community to be even better, and take that feedback and take sort of the, what they've learned from that and apply it to PoE 2 in some way, I think it just speaks volumes as to like kind of where their heads at right now with regards to the endgame and what's possible. And what's cool about that is I think they've been open also to talking about how they now have like, separate teams that work on each game. I think over the last bit of time, they've sort of had a difficulty with managing both games, as one company who starts off with one game does and grows into two. I'm sure it could be a shit show to figure that out. But I think that, that is a very good sign as well, seeing that they've sort of been like, yo, this is what we've done. We've done Mirage. It was well loved by the community, and this was done by like a PoE1 team of like a small amount of developers as well. So hopefully PoE2 is getting a lot of love with the rest of the team over there.
Oh, I think it is a very safe bet that out of any ARPG out there, the one that's going to get the most resources poured into it over the next few years is going to be PoE2. Yeah, the separate teams I think has made it a lot better. I think that the fact that PoE1 can still produce Ws is a great sign for all. I think there's a lot to look forward to going forward.
Yeah. As we sort of like close out, I wanted to ask, just generally speaking, about like builds that you've played or characters that you played. So there's been a lot of like different metas in PoE2 that have existed over the course of the last year and a bit. You and my friend Dead Rabbit actually both played plants in 0.4, and I know that you both really, really enjoyed that. Where does plants rank among your favorite PoE2 builds? And did you have any other builds that you really enjoyed playing throughout the course of its development so far?
There's so many builds I like, man, but yeah, I think Plant Daddy Druid has got to be the best. Have you played Plant Druid yet?
I have played plants. I haven't done like I think you did it on Oracle, right? With like the inevitable crits and whatnot, or did you do it on Shaman? Yeah, I haven't done that build specifically. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah, dude. I mean, when you have the inevitable crit from the Oracle, it means that with the cast on crit, you're essentially guaranteed to water your plants without watering your plants. So it literally just turns into you just walk. When you get strong enough, you literally just walk forward through the map. You throw one button, and the whole screen dies. They're automatically overgrown and everything. I think the plant build has got to be the favorite one that I've played or that I've made. I plan to, unless Grinding Gear Games crucifies it in the patch notes, I plan to carry it forward probably in every season that I play. It's way too fun. It's just so free just to murder everything. I really liked a lot of the different minion builds. I really liked raising raising the ants. I really liked the original SRS build that they killed. I love Essence Drain Contagion. Whether you're playing like Essence Drain Contagion Lich. I love the Ice Strike Monk. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one build that people love. That I'm very over is Lightning Arrow Deadeye, bro. Like we played that in PoE1 for a long time. I know you said you started in PoE2. We played that for so long. People are playing it over and over and over. I'm like, God, are you guys not tired of this? Like, I'm definitely over Lightning Arrow Deadeye for sure. I liked the javelin, the lightning javelin Amazon. I don't know, man. I like some of the different warrior builds. Yeah, man. I don't know. I like everything, but the best for me, top 3 for me, is probably Plant Daddy, Ice Strike Monk, and then either an Essence Drain Contagion or a minion build. Probably the top.
I got you. Yeah, those are great choices. The Ice Strike Monk for me, I played a lot of in like 0.1 when the game came out. And I saw that like you had some really successful like build guides for like Lightning Arrow Deadeye and Ice Strike Monk as well. Like some of the, like premier builds that people were playing at the time. And I gotta say, like, I think the ice just sort of play style, the class fantasy of using cold in like any class, whether you're playing with a ice shot as a ranger or whatnot. I feel like it's just the most satisfying. That was one of those other sort of moments I had with PoE2, where when I think it was the first time I went into that area called the Lost City, and you click on the tomb, and all those stone dudes spawn around you. And I hit those guys with Ice Strike and Herald of Ice and just shattered all of them in like 3 hits. And I was like, that is the most satisfying thing I've ever done in an ARPG. Like just watching, and they've like obviously very intentionally set up those moments where if you have good AoE scaling in like those areas, it just feels incredible. And it kind of it's kind of like a hint at what's to come. Like this is what it's going to feel like when you get to maps, you know, when like you have a ton of monsters around you all the time, you're just going to be shattering screens. And yeah, I love the ice stuff in PoE 2. It feels great. And man, the particle effects and everything just looks incredible what they've done there. So good.
There's something very satisfying about when you play builds that crowd control the enemies or just like make them explode. It's like fire's cool, they're burning, they died. Poison's cool, they're dying, they died. But there's something different about just actually going toe to toe to somebody and just freezing them in place. And it's like, wow, I did that. I've completely subdued my enemy. I have to agree with you. I think cold might be my favorite element generically across all the ARPGs.
Yeah, I think I might have been programmed because I spent so much time as like a blizzard sorceress in Diablo 2, just teleporting around, like dropping blizzards and stuff. But another thing that was pretty cool about PoE 2 that I noticed really early on was that when you freeze a monster, it gets frozen mid animation, but then after it unfreezes, it continues the animation, which I thought was a pretty interesting choice. So like, you know, if you freeze the monkey in Act 3, for example, and he's like mid like swing, you can like walk around behind him and let him like finish his swing. And I don't know, it's almost like you can stop time, which is really cool. And then continue time, kind of like the Chronomancer a little bit. Yeah, I would love to talk more about PoE 2. I feel like there's a lot more that we could dive into, but I think for the sake of time, also I want to check in with you, by the way. How are you doing? We've been talking for like an hour and a half. Are you good? Do you want to keep going? Where's Raxx at right now?
I was born for this. I'm good.
Let's go. Okay, so we're gonna do something, guys, that I actually am pretty surprised that Raxx has never done before. Being a man that plays a lot of games, I was actually scouring his YouTube channel for tier lists, and I saw various, you know, class and build tier lists for different games, but never an ARPG tier list just in general. And so there's a lot of games that I did not put on this list intentionally. I'm sorry if your favorite ARPG did not get listed here, but for the sake of time, we can't go through like 100 different games. So we're gonna swap over here, and we're actually gonna do a ARPG tier list with Raxx. He's gonna walk us through his first ever ARPG tier list. Let me just move him down so he's not blocking the screen here. All right, and Raxx, you can see what we're doing here on my end, right? Okay. Oh, it would probably help if I also included Discord audio here as well. Let me just add that real quick. All right,
Yeah,
are we
good.
back? There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right.
Nice. So, can you give me some criteria on how would we like to rank these? Are we ranking them like how good of an ARPG it is today if you're starting fresh? Are we ranking them as we played these ARPG for years when they came out in their specific time? How good were they or impactful relative to the ARPG scene? What's the criteria we want to use here?
That's great. Okay, so this isn't my tier list. This is going to be your tier list. You can use whatever criteria you want to gauge where you put these games, and we'll just talk through your decisions. Basically, I don't want it like I can do my own sort of tier list in the future, perhaps, or I will agree with you or disagree with you, maybe, and it'll start sparking some conversations. Essentially, I might be like, "Ooh, really?" or I'll be like, "Oh, yes, I agree with that decision." But this is very much so to answer your question. This is your perspective on these games, and I'm just here to facilitate that while also maybe providing a few bits of insight down the road as well. That sound good?
All right, sounds good.
All right, let's do this. Okay, so starting off with the granddaddy of all ARPGs, the game that started it all, Diablo 1.
Okay, so Diablo 1 is a very awkward one for me to rank because I played Diablo 1 fully through for the first time 1 year ago.
Okay.
It's like the only ARPG here that I kind of didn't really play at the right time. However, when I played it 1 year ago, I could still kind of understand its magnificence, right? Like I could understand way back in the day, how people could have been absolutely hooked by it. I was hooked by Diablo 2. I can take one step back mentally and see how when this was out first, how it would have been incredible. So I'm looking at the different games that are coming up, and unfortunately, I just like so many of them. It's going to be very hard for me to put anything as a pretty low rank. So this might be a little low starting out, but I'll give Diablo 1 a B tier. I think you could definitely make the argument for A or S, but with how many godly games are coming up ahead, if I don't put it in B tier, then it's just going to be a bunch of S's and A's and nothing's going to be any lower.
I think that's totally fair. I mean, your sort of timeline in which you actually engage with this game, I think directly sort of impacts where you rank it, right? Like if this was the game that started it all for you, then I think the nostalgia factor would definitely come into play and actually increase it to like an A or an S tier. But I think if you just had played it for the first time, despite it being so impactful on the genre as a whole, this is again, guys, this is Raxx's, perspective here. I think B tier totally makes sense.
I think anything lower than B tier, I think this is the absolute lowest. You could put Diablo 1, but there's so many great follow-ups to the game. Like I can't put it in S, so it's A or B. Let's go B for now.
A conservative B for sure. Okay, next up we have the sequel to Diablo, and I've done this specifically because at first I sort of had it all shuffled around, but I thought it would actually be fun to start off with the Diablo series first because again, like Diablo was sort of a point of our conversation. Also, it has quite a big impact on your journey, so we're gonna do the Diablo games first. Diablo 2, where are you thinking with this one?
Diablo 2 is S tier. It's either the best ARPG ever or the second best ARPG ever. I don't think any other ranking is appropriate for Diablo 2. It pretty much it started literally grinding gear games, and anybody who played it back then, like Diablo 2, like if you check generic best games of all time tier lists, this is one of the only ARPGs that's ever even mentioned as a game that could be considered top 10 all time. There is no other rank for Diablo 2 other than S. I think any other rank it gets on any other tier list immediately invalidates the entire tier list immediately.
I 100% agree. As we mentioned earlier in the conversation, this game has been my favorite game of all time. I think the item hunt in Diablo 2 still is unrivaled, being the best itemization we've ever had. I mean, I can go on a tangent about how, I love how each individual tier of item in Diablo 2 is useful, all the way from like white items to blues to rares, sets, uniques, and everything. It's just a beautiful game, so influential. S tier. I would also be fine with putting this at S plus or like godly untouchable tier, but for the sake of this, I 100% agree. All right, next up we have Diablo 3, the game that you started content and streaming with.
Diablo 3, it had a very, very terrible start. A lot of people just wrote off the game and never really came back to it. Similar to Diablo 2, the expansion made Diablo 3 a lot better. When Blizzard decided to sunset Diablo a couple of years ago, there was a small group of developers on the D3 team that asked if they could continue its development. The final 2 years of Diablo 3 were definitely the best years of the game, and a lot of people never even experienced it. Diablo 3 might have the singular individual most fun end game map. Like there's no doubt about it that grinding your games' mapping systems as a whole completely dwarf Diablo 3, but there is something very, very fun about greater rifts, which I don't think has been perfectly replicated in any other game. Still, Diablo 3, with its massive launch problems and tons of years where it didn't get the appropriate care that it needed, and people did not feel that it was a proper sequel to Diablo 2, even though the game is very, very fun, in the grand scheme of things, Diablo 3 is probably actually toward the bottom on this tier list. So I think you could give Diablo 3 a B, but I'm actually going to give it a C. I think
Okay.
Diablo 3 had too many glaring problems for way too long, not to mention the rampant cheating and the real money auction house. These huge flaws, I think, drag the ranking down a bit.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I think for me, as somebody who the 10-year difference between when I was playing, like the 10-year gap between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, those later years where like we knew Diablo 3 was coming, but we were still a few years out. It felt like the longest years of my life, dude, because I could not wait to get my hands on this game. And it's kind of the same story for me when I got my hands on D4. I played the shit out of Diablo 3 when it came out. But something just didn't land for me. I think there was a mixture of, as you said, a lot of launch problems. The game was insanely hard when it came out. I remember like seeing Kripparrian kill Diablo on like Inferno on hardcore, and I was just like, this guy is a fucking god.
Yeah.
And yeah, so, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, as we spoke about, the silver lining with Diablo 3 was that grinding your games actually was able to sort of like, you know, coincidentally be developing a sequel to Diablo 2, and it just sort of like took off in a whole new direction. So, you know, this was sort of a very turning point. Before we move on to Diablo 4, as a side note, have you ever read the book Raxx Play Nice by Jason Schreier?
I haven't.
Oh my god, dude. As somebody who may be like a, you know, somebody who really is you know, been influenced by Blizzard for a long time, I definitely recommend this book to you. It's sort of like a chronicle of like the company Blizzard from like its inception to its basically modern day right now where it is, and it covers the development of all these games and sort of um it sheds a lot of light on what happened with Diablo 3. You know, obviously with Diablo 2 it was developed by Blizzard North, Condor as it was called before it got bought by Blizzard. And it this book actually, you know, I can't recommend it enough. So if you are looking for something to read, I think you would love to read Play Nice. I'll send you a link to it on Amazon after our conversation.
Hell yeah, man.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Yeah, for
I'll
sure.
check it out.
Diablo 4. Where are we thinking?
Okay, so Diablo 4, if we just compare it to the other three Diablo 3 games that we've put on the list so far. So we have Diablo 1 in B tier, and Diablo 1 is going to get a B or an A-ish for its impact and just essentially starting it all. This is something that I do not think Diablo 4 has really in any way. I don't think it has a major impact on the advancement of ARPGs. It didn't really start anything. And a lot of the changes that they're making to the game are really moving it toward a Diablo 3 structure. So it doesn't really have any of the redeeming qualities that Diablo 1 had. Diablo 4 compared to Diablo 2, I was hoping that Diablo 4 would be created with Diablo 2 as the base. But as we just discussed, it's more like turning into Diablo 3 as the base. And a lot of the things that Diablo 2 did perfectly, like the item hunt, for example, Diablo 4 kind of falls flat on, specifically, you know, the progression of the character. When I compare the endgame activities in Diablo 4, there's way more activities in Diablo 4. There's the raids, there's Helltide, there's pinnacle bosses, there's the tower, there's the pit. There's way more than what I just listed. Diablo 3 really just has one, Greater Rifts. Yes, you can go do bounties, you can do the challenge rift once a week. It's really just Greater Rifts versus the whole suite that Diablo 4 has. But Greater Rifts are so much more fun. And I think it's way more fun than Nightmare Dungeons. And it's kind of hard to pinpoint why, but just chilling and doing Greater Rifts with the boys, I mean, that seems to never get old. There's something very magical that they got right there. Have you ever heard of Nightmare Dungeons with the boys in Diablo 4? I've never heard somebody say that one time ever.
True.
Diablo 4 suffers a bit from massive expectations. People expected it to be the greatest game ever. In some ways, that makes it unfairly judged. I recognize that. But it has a very shallow skill tree. The Paragon system is cool, but it really hasn't been iterated on hardly at all since its inception. I don't think it's being iterated on in the next expansion. It's been multiple years. Overall, I think Diablo 4 is the worst ARPG on the list. I think it goes in D tier. It's hard, other than it being marketed to bring a big audience to, like, it brought a lot of people to the ARPG scene through its marketing and through its development. The actual game itself, on the relative to the other games, I think it's the worst one on the list.
All right. Diablo 4 going down to D tier. I don't have anything to add to this. I think that if I do have anything to add, it would just be that I think that Raxx has had so much more playtime with this game. I haven't touched it since the Spiritborn class came out. I actually did refund it when I refunded that expansion because I was so disappointed with it. And then I rebought it at a FOMO. But the initial first impact for me was like, this is like the worst storyline that I've seen in a Diablo game so far, which is sad. And people made fun of me because they were like, why are you playing an ARPG for the story, Blaze? And I said to myself, the story of Diablo 2 was like so badass and impactful that kind of set the baseline for me of like what a good ARPG story could be. A classic tale of good and evil, Marius being a fuck up, all this type of shit. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Yeah, Diablo 4 in D tier here. Okay, next up, and I did this intentionally, Raxx. I actually put Path of Exile 2 before Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 2 up next. Where are we thinking?
So Path of Exile 2, I think, is the only game on the list that has a chance to be one day better than Diablo 2. I think with Grinding Gear Games' experience developing PoE 1 and with their underlying system, I think this game in a few years is going to be the only one that could be pound for pound better than Diablo 2. And Diablo 2 really cemented itself as the best kind of when the expansion came out, right? The expansion, Lord of Destruction, was godly for Diablo 2. So I don't mind giving Path of Exile several years to reach its pinnacle and then ranking it that way. Right now, Path of Exile 2 is not as good as Diablo 2. It just isn't. We're getting the full endgame patch in whenever we're getting it, a week, a month, I don't know, whenever Grinding Gear Games announces it. Could revolutionize it. Path of Exile 2 absolutely needs better crafting. It's getting much better, but compared to PoE 1, it's still behind. Path of Exile 2, another thing that is a constant problem is the optimization of the game. People are dropping frames, people are crashing. As they continue to develop it, this will be fixed. The Path of Exile 2 is an incomplete game. The campaign isn't done. We don't have all the modes of ascendancy. We don't have all the characters. We don't have all of the actual ascendancies for the classes. We don't have the weapon types. So right now, it's definitely worse than Diablo 2, but I think one day it might be the best one ever. So it's really a choice of, do we put it in A tier or do we put it very, very low in S tier? I think either one is logical, but I think leaning in a little bit to what I think is going to happen in the future, I'll put Path of Exile 2 at the very bottom of S tier.
Okay. I love that. Is there a way to place it in between? We'll go A tier, but we'll hold on to sort of that emphasis on this belongs sort of like on the line right now. And I feel like if we were making this tier list like a year, 2 years, or even a year later, when the game has more content and is actually complete, it would be a much more fair comparison, because that's kind of what this is right now. It is a direct comparison, right? With Diablo 2 being complete, being an iconic game, being a game that has inspired not only Path of Exile 2, but its predecessor as well. I definitely can agree with this 100%. Speaking of predecessors, Path of Exile 1, one of the beautiful games that we've just seen an excellent update for with Mirage, a banger league.
Path of Exile 1 is the proper sequel to Diablo 2. Path of Exile 1 has undergone quite the transformation, even when they were so stuck on making it like super cumbersome with all the different mechanics and we're never building any quality of life into this game, to nowadays they're much more lenient on sprinkling at least some of it in, and the decision to ease up on it a little bit has just made the game better. It's almost universally agreed upon, even from the most diehard PoE 1 gigachads. It's got the most extensive crafting, it's got the most extensive endgame, it's got billions of builds that you can make. A lot of the complaints that are directed toward it are usually just really just lack of playing on the user. They say they die all the time, but really a lot of people think that dying all the time is a function of getting 3,000, 4,000 health and maxing your resistances, when you have to use other layers like block or max res or spell suppression. It's usually, most of the problems just stem from a lack of understanding of the game. This is it's currently the best ARPG to play right now, this day. If you can only sit in front of your computer and play one ARPG, it's the best game to play right now. It just had one of its best leagues ever, and there's no reason to think that they won't continue making great content for it. Path of Exile is in S tier, just below Diablo 2. I think Diablo 2 had much more of an impact on the world, and it was just so good in the beginning, even though it's missing things like the extensive endgame and the crafting system from PoE 1. I think the nostalgia factor and its impact is just enough to put it ahead of PoE 1.
Yeah, I love this answer. I think that is exactly how I would describe it as well. Coming from somebody who hasn't played a lot of Path of Exile, I've still recognized its genius. And the way that I've described Path of Exile to my community and my experience overall, Raxx, is sort of an acquired taste. I've said this a few times where I think for me, Path of Exile 1 is like a very like well-aged bottle of wine. So if you're not used to drinking wine, you can't really tell the difference about how nice a nicely aged bottle is versus like your generic boxed wine. And I'm not trying to call PoE 2 boxed wine at all. Like it's a really nice bottle as well. But PoE 1 has aged in the cellar for a lot longer. It's had a lot more time to ferment. And for me, now that I've sort of begun to sort of develop this taste for wine, I can definitely see why a lot of people like Path of Exile 1. It's amazing. All right, moving on to Last Epoch, the game that you've just played a absolute bunch of that we've talked about recently in this conversation. Where are we putting this one?
So if I think about Last Epoch, I think in general, compared to your average Jim Bob out there, I would say I'm more favorable toward the game than most people. So I'm going to try to look at this, try to draw that back a little bit and look at it objectively. Last Epoch it either has the best crafting system in any ARPG or the second best to PoE 1. I think most people would say it has the best crafting system. It's not as deep, but the way that the interface works and the way that the entire process flows through it's either the best or second best. Last Epoch has struggled with things that the company continues to iterate on. It struggles with things like animations and having the combat feel punchy, and the age-old complaint that the end game is a little bit shallow. They have done things to make this better. They've made the way that you progress corruption better. The pinnacle bosses that they added were actually pretty great. Uber Aberoth is a real, truly difficult pinnacle challenge, and a lot of people are killing him these days just with absolutely giga overpowered builds where you don't even do any mechanics. But most people, if you have to actually do his mechanics, like where you don't have enough DPS to actually place his void beams, he's actually tough. I'd put him up there kind of with like Uber Maven from PoE 1 kind of thing. Like it's not so easy to beat Uber Aberoth. I saw a lot of PoE 1 Giga Chads rage at fighting him. So they can build good encounters.
Yeah.
The campaign is, it's just a campaign. The graphics are a little bit dated compared to the other like more modern ARPGs. But Last Epoch is steadily improving, similar to PoE 1. Their last patch added corruption. It actually moved the needle for the game. I think they have the best loot filter of any game. Their loot filter is incredible, which is more important than you might think. They have the best stash system of any ARPG. So there's a lot of systems that they just absolutely nail. They were purchased by Crafton. So where does that fall in? You know, the devs quote unquote lied to us. I guess it's not quote unquote. They did lie to us. They sold out. Now they're going to have paid classes. Usually when a big company buys out a game, it's usually not good news. We haven't seen that at all at Last Epoch. It's still been going up steadily. You could argue it's been going up at a better rate so far from when we've seen Crafton, but there has to be an area of caution here. So I think this answer will vary wildly. I think I'll put Last Epoch in B tier. It's got the best crafting. It's got legitimate pinnacle challenges. It has very good stash system. It has the best loot filter. It's a lot of things that make the game great, but I think we need more information. We need to see what actually happens with the expansion. We need to see whether the game gets better or worse based upon Crafton's influence. I think I just put it in the middle at B tier.
Middle B tier. That makes sense. Yeah, I love the League of Fortune in Last Epoch. I love the crafting. I wish that the game, and I think that this is actually something that's probably going to be solved in the future. There's a certain like weight that I've really come to love about Path of Exile 2, like the weight of the combat, the weight of your character kind of moving through the world. And for me, with that's I think my biggest issue with with Last Epoch is it just feels a little floaty compared to games like games like Path of Exile 2, where you know. Some people will say that maybe you feel a little bit too heavy in Path of Exile 2 and you're a little too slow. But I like those that feeling, you know, when you're using an ability, you can really see how. And I think that this comes down to like kind of animations and some adjustments that they can definitely make that could actually totally make Last Epoch go up to A tier and maybe even S tier down the road with a few more expansions. I do think though that I agree that like the negative impact of sort of like the or the, I don't want to call it miscommunication, just like the change in philosophy, we'll say, with regards to paid classes may inevitably prevent this from ever being an S tier game. Also, before we move forward, I've been reading chat, and I may have mislabeled this. I know Raxx, you said it was kind of like bottom of S tier or like top of A tier. Do you think that we should keep it in A tier here, Path of Exile 2 I'm talking about, or should we move it into like kind of bottom of S tier, just for the accuracy of the image? What do you think?
I think, in my opinion, I think PoE 2 will be an S tier game, and it might be like as soon as 2 weeks from now. I think I would put it at the bottom of S tier.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay. So
I think we move it. I think we move it up.
Yeah. Okay. Just for the accuracy of the, I know you did say that, and for me, I did preface that like bottom of S tier. I feel like there should have been like a little gap here between S and A, but we'll put it up. We'll put it up in S tier, but you know, not above Path of Exile 1 or Diablo.
I'll give Jonathan a chance to debate me. I'm banking on the patch in whenever it is. People say it's early May. People say it's the end of May. It doesn't matter. The upcoming patch that changes the end game, I'm expecting it to make it significantly better. If just that happens, it's already at a minimum bottom of S tier for me.
Yeah, and I think, you know, before we move on to this next game, one thing that I've sort of learned about with grinding your games that sort of made me fall in love with them even more was they're sort of like they have like they're aware of their expectations, right? Like with Dawn of the Hunt, for example, the expectations were very, very high to produce a good league with 0.3, the third edict. And they blew us out of the water, man. Like the third edict was insane. There was so much shit that they put in the game. And so we're coming off of two pretty well-liked leagues, but the expectation is with Path of Exile 2 that despite 0.3 and 0.4 undeniably improving the game and making it better, there still is that void of the end game. And so I'm so excited, boys. I can't wait. All right, next we have No Rest of the Wicked, a game that I haven't beat, but I've been really enjoying playing off stream. Where does this one rank for you, Raxx?
So I think here we zoom out and we talk about Moon Studios. Moon Studios is just a simple sentence. Moon Studios makes good games. It's really just that simple. Have you ever played Ori or Ori 2? Those games are fucking incredible. They're literally some of my favorite games I've ever played. I'm good friends with Thomas Mahler. He is the head of Moon Studios and making No Rest for the Wicked. He constantly talks about how challenging it is to make a game like he's making. You know, this is the only Souls-like ARPG, and if I was sitting in a meeting room and you were going to tell me, hey, I'm going to make an ARPG and you're going to fight like one monster every 30 seconds and you're going to get like a stick for a reward if you're lucky, or like or nothing, I'd be like, well, there's pretty much no chance that your game is going to work. But not only does it work, No Rest for the Wicked is extremely fun. When I did my first playthrough of No Rest for the Wicked, although I had a document for them about things to change, my actual list of things that I was really upset about for No Rest of the Wicked was actually a lot shorter than for most of the other games. Like, one of the things, for example, that I thought was completely wrong about No Rest of the Wicked was the punishment of gravity. Like, in the very first patches, if you fell like even a millimeter, it was just a 100-0. And I was like, bro, I get it. We don't want sequence breaks, and we want gravity to be a thing. But the amount of damage that we take here, there's no way this is right. Like, if I take a step, I die. If I fall down one extra step, so they fixed that immediately, and a lot of the other quality of life things. They have said that the future plans for the game are quite extensive, and it feels almost like kind of Elden Ring meets an ARPG. I think the itemization has gotten a lot better. I think the way that you make your build with the different gems has gotten a lot better. The way that the meta progression works and how you build up your town and build up your house, the stash system has gotten a lot better. And the game hasn't even released yet. And it's also going to be a big launch on console. So, and I also think there's an entire class system being implemented into the game, which would make it even better. So I'm very favorable toward this game. It's the only game that even tried to make a Souls-like version. I have complete faith in Moon Studios. I think that, again, kind of like we were talking about for PoE 2 and probably last Epoch, the trajectory is very, very high. Every patch has significantly improved it. For all those reasons, I think I'm going to put No Rest of the Wicked in A tier. I think it's an amazing experience playing this game.
I 100% agree with this decision as well. And I wanted to include this one, Raxx, because it is an interesting game to talk about in a sense, because it is, I would use the word innovation, but also deviation from our traditional isometric ARPG formula. A lot of people actually didn't love how the genre of ARPG was even used to describe No Rest of the Wicked, because when it released, it felt like it was like 90% Dark Souls DNA with maybe 10% action RPG, right? And I think that over the course of its development, they've listened to player feedback. There actually was a really good conversation. I don't know if you've heard this one with Chris Wilson and Thomas on Chris Wilson's channel recently. They had Chris has been having some banger episodes of his conversations over there, and they talked about sort of Thomas actually asked Chris about what would you rather be remembered for, adhering to your vision or listening to player feedback and adapting your game to that. And they both sort of like mentioned that it has to be both, but I think they both were like, but we want our vision to always be at the forefront. And I think that No Rest of the Wicked screams Thomas's vision, regardless of them making good changes. And there's a lot of shit coming to this game. I think my favorite part about No Rest of the Wicked is just the art style. The art style, I haven't played Ori, so I don't know if this has existed prior in other games, but the art style is just so beautiful and so unique to No Rest of the Wicked. It's probably one of my favorite art styles I've seen in like any game recently.
Dude, if the rumors are true, if we're not getting PoE until the end of May, you should on your stream you should do a playthrough of Ori, and then right after it do a playthrough of Ori 2. I'm telling you, man, those games are fucking unbelievably good.
Okay,
You'll love it.
I will take your word for that.
100%.
Okay, and this is an interesting game. So Grim Dawn is a game that's beloved by many. I have about 2 hours in this game. I played it. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it, and then I kind of just set it down and never played it again. There's a new expansion coming out, I believe, sometime in this year. Where are you thinking, Raxx, that Grim Dawn belongs on this list?
Grim Dawn is one of the best ARPGs. It just really is. It's an amazing game. Grim Dawn is one of the only games that actually delivers the classic ARPG feel of you're actually dungeon crawling. You actually get the feeling that God, this world is just in utter ruin. Like, I don't really know if I should go down this ladder into this scary hole, you know. Um, it's it does such a nice job building up the entire story of the game. I played Grim Dawn very recently, only like maybe 2 years ago. I was blown away by how good it was. I think it has have some weird problems, which spoiler alert, I talked to some of the people, some of the Grim Dawn developers were actually watching me do the playthrough a few years ago. They said they're getting rid of it, and they agree. One thing about Grim Dawn that is kind of over the top is they have like 8 or 10 different resistances, which is it's just ridiculous, right? I was like, all right, like I get it. We're having a lot of resistances, but this actually isn't even fun. It's like, oh, I lost 45 necrotic res, and now I got to get 50 wind res and frost res and poison res and physical res and yada yada yada. The graphics are maybe the worst on the entire list, except for Diablo 1. It looks unbelievably dated. That needs to be said. The way that they mix and match the different like classes into different trees, I thought is very good design. It's similar to how I think Titan Quest 2 was doing it. I have an unbelievable amount of faith in the expansion actually producing a great ARPG. And I think Grim Dawn 2, I think they're making their own proprietary engine. If we get a Grim Dawn 2 from the same people and they make a story on a modern engine with a couple little tweaks here and there, I think it's going to be a god tier game released in 3 or 4 years. I would put Grim Dawn in A tier. I think this game is unbelievably good.
That sounds good to me. Yeah, I can't wait to actually sink my teeth into this one. And it's funny because I was actually going to play this on stream for the first time recently, but then there's kind of been this hype around PoE 2, and so I wanted to obviously indulge in that. I also just love playing PoE 2 so much, but I think I will, when the expansion comes out, dive into this and really try to give it a fair playthrough. All right, next up is Hero Siege, a game I actually just installed yesterday and just futzed around in for a bit. Owned it for a long time. Haven't sunk a long time or a lot of hours into it, but I've always enjoyed this game. The graphics are really cool. What are your thoughts about Hero Siege, and where do we find it on this list?
Can we add a tier? Is that possible to do, or
Yes,
is that
I think we can. Are we going up or down?
Either way,
Okay.
I really haven't played Hero Siege.
Okay.
I just don't know.
Okay.
So if we want to leave it at the bottom,
Sure.
or it sounds like you installed it yesterday, you don't know either. I heard people loved it. I heard it's like a pixel Diablo 2.
Mm-hmm.
I heard people raving about it, but I can't go off of that. I only played it for like 1 hour 1 year ago. I actually have no idea.
It's funny. That's kind of where I'm at too. So I heard that they released a new update for this game recently, and as somebody who's a big fan of ARPGs like yourself, I try to just keep on top of these things and at least own them so I can try them eventually. I do love. I'm a sucker for pixel art. Like I love games like Stardew Valley and whatnot. Like it kind of it's a warm hug when I see like 18-bit or 16-bit graphics or whatever. But so how about this? We'll leave this one as undecided, and then maybe down the road you can always include this in a category once you've actually had time to sink your teeth into it.
If you like pixel art ARPGs, you got to play Sloromancer, man. Sloromancer, that's the game. The game is so fun. You ever played that?
I've never played that one. I've definitely seen you play it before, but yeah, that's a great recommendation. I gotta check that one out.
It's brand new and it's like $5. Trust me, Slormancer. Ask your chat after the podcast. Slormancer, trust me.
All right. I mean,
Such a good game.
that sounds great. I appreciate the recommendation. There's so many games on the backlog, dude. I'm embarrassed to tell you how many games I haven't played that you talked about today. So I'm not gonna tell you those ones. But all right, so moving onwards. So I have Titan Quest 2 here. I don't know if we so here's my thought process behind this. I wanted to utilize this image as both Titan Quest 1 and Titan Quest 2. I know that's not fair. So let me ask you this. Should we look at Titan Quest 2 individually from Titan Quest 1, or should we talk about both of them as sort of a combined effort? What are your thoughts?
I don't have a lot of experience with Titan Quest 1 from most of the community that I've heard when I played Titan Quest 2. They usually say that it's got the same feel to it. It's got the same vibe to it. So assuming that that is correct, I think it's okay if we kind of just lump them together.
Sure.
If we put Titan Quest 1 separately, I wouldn't have anything to add on it because I've only played it like once or twice.
Okay, perfect. So let's go with Titan Quest 2 then. A game that is incomplete as well. It's in early access. But from what I've played of it, I did a playthrough on when it came out. I really liked it, and I'm not usually a big fan of like just solely single player ARPGs, but I think this game actually inspired me to want to give Grim Dawn another playthrough as well. Where are you thinking that Titan Quest 2 falls on this list in its current state?
I like Titan Quest 2. I would say right now for me, like if I had the option, probably the place I'd put it in is question mark, just because it is it's really just not done. Like it's so far behind PoE 2. Like I think we just got the third chapter, right? And I think originally they didn't plan on doing an end game, but now they're kind of open to doing an end game. And I don't know if they were planning to do seasons. Now they're maybe thinking about doing something like that. But in general, I like Titan Quest 2. I like the whole mythology aspect of it. I loved Greek mythology, studying it as a kid. So seeing all the gods all around here in Titan Quest 2 and Hades makes me really happy. There were some weird things that happened to me when I did my playthrough. I was playing a mage, and when I did the entire playthrough of Act 2, I didn't get a single upgrade for my mage. I got like legendary daggers and godly weapons for everything that I could have played except for my mage. I thought that was really weird. So by the time I got to the end of Act 2, I was like, well, I'm still using my Act 1 staff, so that's not good. It's kind of like the same fate as in PoE 2. You get a +1 or a +2 staff in Act 1, and then you ain't going to see nothing else for a long time. But I thought the game was fun. I thought the side quests were fun. I thought the different biomes were very good. I think that Titan Quest 2 will become a pretty fun game to play. If we're going to throw it up here on a rank right now, I'd probably put it in like, I can't put it any higher than B tier, but it is a pretty fun game to play.
Okay, let's put it at like a mid like B tier. It sounds like maybe absolutely below last Epoch for sure. I think that's good where it sits right now. Yeah, no. Oh, sorry, that was Hero Siege. My mistake, guys. Titan Quest 2. Yeah, I really like the vibes of Titan Quest 2. It's hard to eloquently put it even more descriptively than that. There's just a vibe of being in this world and being sort of immersed in like the mythology, like the Greek mythology, and I don't know, just the world is really beautiful in Titan Quest 2. I think they've done a great job of what they have so far, and I'm excited to see what happens with this game in the future. I'm holding off until 1.0 though. I think I played the first act, and I think that like I got the gist of it, and I'm not going to be the type of guy to come back every time they update it. What about you? Are you going to be kind of coming back to it frequently, or are you kind of just waiting for it to be done?
I kind of go back and forth on it. If it lands how I call it in space when there's no other things going on with the ARPGs, I'll absolutely jump in and play it. But yeah, it's definitely one of those games where you don't need to rush back for every single little update. Sometimes letting them build up a couple of things and letting them cook is a much better experience when you come back and jump back into the game.
Yeah, I'm excited to like see the full game and be like, wow, look at all the things that have changed with it. Okay, the next thing that we have here is Torchlight 2. So this is also sort of a Titan Quest 2 situation we have here, Rax, where there's quite a few older Torchlight games. So they were made, the first and the second one were made, I believe, by the Schaefer brothers after they left Blizzard North. So they have kind of these developers that came off of making one of the most goated ARPGs ever made. Personally, for me, I had a lot of fun playing these games as a younger person. I haven't touched Torchlight 1 or 2 for a long time. Where are you thinking that, we'll bulk these ones together, like the older Torchlight games? Where do they fall under?
So I never played Torchlight 1. I thought Torchlight 3 was horrible. And I thought Torchlight 2 was amazing. I loved the game. I thought kind of similar to Grim Dawn. It just kind of felt right. Going through the pacing of the game. I loved the little puzzles that they had. I loved going into the little like caves or little treasure troves and trying to get the really godly loot at the end of the game. I loved the progression of the characters. It's been a long time since I played Torchlight 2, but I absolutely loved it when I did play it. I This might be too high, but I would probably put Torchlight 2 in A tier. I loved it, but it's not for Torchlight 1. I never played that, and it's definitely not for Torchlight 3. Torchlight 3 would be in D tier.
Okay.
So specifically Torchlight 2, I'd put it in A tier.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I think we'll go with 2. I know there was a reason why I selected 2, and I think it was because it was my personal favorite older Torchlight game as well. And it definitely filled like a void where I think I wasn't loving Diablo 3 at the time, and I ended up getting into Torchlight 2 around that era, like 2012, 2013 or something like that, maybe 2014. Can't remember when it came out. I had a blast though. It was fun. It was really fun, really, really fun. Okay, the final game on our list here is Torchlight Infinite, a game that actually came up in our conversation before as well. You had a chance to go back and play this recently. What are we thinking for this one?
I think most people who don't like Torchlight Infinite have not played it. I think the game is, I think other than grinding gear games, I think Torchlight gets the most massive patches regularly to improve the game. There's usually like 4 different things that people say about why they don't like Torchlight Infinite. The first thing they say is it's cartoony, and I don't like that. Well, okay, if you don't like cartoony games, I understand. But Kingdom Hearts is a cartoony game. Zelda is a cartoony game, but you don't like those? Those are 2 of the best games ever. So the cartoony thing doesn't bother me at all. And then they say it's a mobile game. Yes, you can play it on your phone. And I'm definitely in the boat that when you design a PC game to also be playable on a phone, it usually means that the game is made like shit, right? There's absolutely some truth to that. But Torchlight has its own PC UI, and it has like a bunch of different customization and scaling and stuff. You know, it doesn't have to look like a mobile game at all if you want to play on PC. And there is some benefit to it being mobile. You can play on Steam, go over to your couch, watch an NBA game or whatever you like to do, and then you can fire up Torchlight on your phone and run maps during the commercials. So in some ways, that's a nice thing. They don't like the whole like menuing kind of gotcha thing. It keeps like popping up like you just won 2 of these, you just won 5 scrolls. But the counter argument I would put to that is that goes away almost entirely once you get into the game. Like they're giving you a ton of things for completing the campaign. Once you get into the end game, those pop-ups almost entirely just go away. So it is very annoying in the beginning, but it finally dissipates. Then, of course, the elephant in the room, the pay to win aspect. You can swipe your card and get better pets. The pets can make you stronger, and they can also give you better drops. By definition, no other way to say it, it makes the game pay to win. You can swipe for more power and more drops. That's what pay to win is. So there is no defense for that individual piece. However, the game is free. It's actually a free game. PoE 1 is free in quotations. It's free, but you really have to buy a couple of stash tabs to have a minimum quality of life if you want to play the game seriously at all. So really, PoE 1 is free, but it's really like $30 or something. Torchlight is actually free. You download it, you never buy anything, you can clear 99% of content, you don't need stash space, nothing. You can actually play it for free. That's very rare these days. Everything, the famous saying is, in this economy, we can't do anything in this economy. One thing you can do in this economy is play Torchlight. It's got pretty good endgame systems. It's got pinnacle bosses. It's got Time Mark 8. It's got Deep Space. It's got a ton of different events. It's the zoomiest ARPG. You can fly around like Superman and crush everything. You can go to the training dummy and move your DPS from 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, a trillion, and try to clear everything. I'm favorable toward Torchlight Infinite. A lot of the downsides that people talk about it don't really apply to me, or I think they're very easily sidestepped for a lot of the great content that they provide us. I think Torchlight Infinite is either at the bottom of A or somewhere in B. Looking at the tier list, although I think Torchlight Infinite in a lot of ways does some things better than Last Epoch, I don't know if with a straight face I could say Torchlight is better than Last Epoch. So maybe I put it right behind Last Epoch in B tier.
Okay. Let's put that right there. Yeah, I wish I could input more on this. I think that this is just one of those games for me that I may have been subconsciously just turned away from. I think anytime, and I definitely fall into this camp, anytime I hear the words pay to win, it just immediately kind of throws me off. It was sort of the same feeling that I got when I started playing Lost Ark, which I guess is technically another ARPG style game. It's an MMO, but it has like really, really good ARPG like combat mechanics and bosses. But when I learned that it was pay to win, it kind of just was like, I'm good. I'm good on that. If I guess it makes sense though. If you can kind of remove yourself from that aspect and just kind of play the game for what it is, like it makes sense that it has a lot of good stuff, and a lot of people actually really like Torchlight Infinite, which is cool. So solid mid B. All right, man, that wraps it up. Any final thoughts about this list before we just move on to a couple closing questions?
Yeah, we're missing Slowromancer. You got to play that, man. If you like ARPGs and pixel art, it's Slowromancer. Slowromancer and Ori, remember.
Okay, sounds good. We have it in embedded in our brains now. All right, guys. So as we sort of wrap up this conversation with Raxx, I don't want to take up too much of your time today, but it's been an absolute pleasure having you on stream, bro. I really appreciate you coming through. Yeah, I have a couple closing questions, stuff that I like to ask every content creator. The first one is just if there's anybody that you want to shout out that's actually had a positive impact on your streaming journey. It could be another creator, it could be a person in your life, anybody that's sort of like, yeah, helped you out along the way throughout your many years on this platform doing what you do.
Oh man, dude. I would absolutely love to take you up on that. The problem, that's such a dangerous question because I'll miss somebody. So let me say let me say this. There's lots of creators out there, a lot of them you know who they are without actually trying to list some names that I actually consider my friends. Like I I do not interact with these creators in any way, even for 1% for like a career advancement or a financial benefit to me. I actually just consider them my friends. So a lot of the great content creators out there, I'll tell you something interesting. When I remember at the very beginning of the podcast, we were talking about strategy with streaming.
Mhm.
I talked to some streamers, successful ones, before I started streaming, and I asked them, "Can you give me some tips about streaming ahead of time? Like, not generic, stupid crap that I can read on the internet. Like, as someone who actually streams, can you tell me some secrets that are not obvious about how I could make this work?" And they said, one guy told me one of the biggest mistakes that you could make is viewing the other streamers around you as your competitors. I've got to do better than Blaze Works. I've got to do better than Gazzy. I've got to do better than Aaron Action RPG. I'm just reading some random names I see online right now. That is an absolute loser mentality. one famous saying is the rising tide raises all ships. You should genuinely try to be friends with them. You should genuinely try to get involved with the work that they do. Like here, for example, I love that I'm getting a chance to actually meet you and see how your podcast works. I can see why you've done 45 episodes. I can see why people like you. It's great to have you here. And I genuinely mean that. So as a generic blanket statement, I do appreciate all the different content creators that honestly they just provide different things. Like what do I provide? Well, not much, but I provide guides that are very simple. That's my whole strategy. People think like, "Oh, Raxx can't make a mirror tier endgame build to save your life." It's like, "Bro, if I wasn't a streamer, that's all I would do." Like I just play one thing to oblivion and hit for 10 trillion damage. That's what I would do if I wasn't a streamer. But
Or you'd
my
be on
focus
Mars
is
or
on
in the ER room.
yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Now I'm excited.
Sorry to interrupt you. I had to preface that.
Yeah, I watched a tongue surgery the other day. This guy had cancer on his tongue. I watched him amputate half of his tongue. I was like, God, how would you even do that? People are
my
going to think
God.
I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, but no, I don't want to kill people. I want to make them live. It's
You want to
the
help them.
opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want them to get back up off the table and not as a zombie and live their life.
Yeah.
But no, genuinely appreciate all the creators. But definitely the number one thing I would shout out is just the people that have come to the stream or the people that have watched my YouTube over the years. It's pretty simple. If they weren't there, I wouldn't be able to do this as an occupation, and I wouldn't be here. So the moment that they leave is the moment that I have absolutely nothing. It's actually really contingent upon them. Of course, it's my job to give them content worth watching, but the most I generically shout out all the content creators who I genuinely consider my friends, and I would massively shout out any ARPG fans that are out there. Just even being here, not even subbing, giving bits or anything, just being here is already, you've already done plenty for us.
Yeah, I love that answer. I think that it makes sense, and I like to ask this because sometimes people have a specific person in their life or in who's involved in their communities or their streaming and their content creation that they want to shout out. But I think that it does become harder the longer you do it because there's more and more people that can have a positive impact on you. So I love that answer, and thank you so much for the kind words just about the podcast and the show. You've been awesome as well to speak to, and it's been just an absolute and genuine pleasure. One question that I always end off on here that's actually helped inspire a lot of newer content creators is just what advice you would have to give to people who are starting out, whether that be YouTube or Twitch or just anything. What would you sort of say to people to help guide them on their content creation journey?
So there's 1,000 ways to be a successful content creator. There is not one magical formula. If there was, people would just follow it and do it, and then they would be successful, right? Like I think 99% of creators don't make it, or however you want to define that. The number one thing that I could say from people that have asked me over the years about Raxx, can you help me like get my content creation journey started? I really want to be successful. I can already tell like almost immediately that a lot of them will not get there, and it's because of passion. A lot of people in COVID, for example, say, I lost my job. I like video games. I'm playing video games anyway. Why don't I try being a streamer? It's already over. It's already lost. Like that will not work. What will work is if you actually sit there like I did, sitting at my chair, and I'm like, I have to be a streamer. Like I'm willing to give up everything. I did. I quit my job when I only had 50 viewers when my stream was making nothing. But it's ER surgeon, don't want to go to med school. Mars, can't go because of ear. I'm gonna be a content creator. And that is the single reason why I'm still here. It's because I love video games so much. I had such a passion for it that is what got me here. Because you will have very bad days. You will have horrible days. And definitely not saying that content creation is the hardest job in the world at all. You literally just sit in a chair and play some video games. It's not that bad. But what is very bad about it is the emotional and the mental tax it will have on you, that you have a camera pointed at you all the time. Everything you say is recorded and clipped. There are no do-overs. If you make a mistake, or if you say something people don't like, or even if you don't say something people don't like, you will be ridiculed and judged constantly. So if you don't have that passion to overwhelm those really bad days or those really hard moments, you will not make it. You won't. So throwing up a stream because you might as well, because let's see what happens, is definitely not good enough if you want to take it seriously. I'm trying to help. I'm not trying to be an asshole. That's my honest opinion of, if you're really passionate about it, then you should do it.
Yeah, I love that answer. I think for me, the passion of video games and the passion for the things that I do have always been sort of like my North Star, my like guiding star for what I want to do in life. Like I made the decision sort of like what you did a long time ago as well, to follow what I enjoy doing. And I don't know if I told you this, but I do like murals and like public art. Like I'm an artist. I'm in my like full-time job. And
oh, so you're Caitlin.
Everything that you were talking about with Caitlin, I was like, damn, I went to art school to learn all that, and this guy just got to learn it at his job, basically. So yeah, man, like yeah, all of that stuff basically helps. It's transferable skills, which is something that I should have added when you were talking about that stuff. It was like, look at yourself, right? When you were learning all of these principles of design and art, you got to implement them directly into your thumbnails and stuff, which is cool. But yeah, anyway, so I love that answer, following your passions. And the shitty thing is that a lot of people don't know what they're passionate about, right? And I think that is it's a tough thing to find for a lot of people, where they're like, I like to, hang out with my friends and watch Netflix or play video games, but I can't make that a thing to do. And so yeah, I feel like it takes some soul searching to really find out what you're truly passionate about. You know what I mean? And I feel like we're lucky that we were able to, have that as sort of a guiding star.
Oh, we definitely are lucky, and it's the same phenomenon as when people go to college. It's like the success rate of someone who definitely knows what they want to study and what they want to be before going into college is astronomically higher than the people who have no idea and do gen studies or marketing or business, and then they'll figure it out later. But unfortunately, it's something that you can't force. It's something you can't conjure, right? It's something that just has to come to you. It's something that you have to discover. One really funny thing, I almost burst out laughing. You were saying, wow, it's really cool that you learn these art things and then you carried it forward into your next career. I almost burst out laughing because the way that I was thinking about it was, I'm way too stupid to do anything other than the one thing that I know. That's all I know how to do. So like, oh, it's so smart that you learned something and carried it forward. It's like, bro, that's the only thing I got. That's the only thing I have art-wise. So I had to do the one thing that I knew.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I do think it was amazing though, because it's just it's worked, right? And you'll find very, very few YouTube channels, if you scour YouTube, and there's so many hundreds of thousands of channels that have just like a consistent thumbnail like style across years of content, right? And so I have to compliment you on that, because I think that is a feat in itself. As we sort of close out, I don't know the answer to this, and I'm sure quite a few people do, but how close are we to reaching that 10-year goal?
March 13th, 2019. So it's pretty easy to calculate. 7 years, 1 month, 8 days. So we got little less than 3 years to go. We'll get it done.
Oh yeah. I mean, damn. So obviously way over halfway. I would love to have another chat with you, perhaps down the road. Who knows? Maybe even after that, and follow up with you about all that stuff, and maybe reminisce on the last decade, dude. It's been an absolute pleasure, man.
The pleasure's been mine, man. Thank you so much for having me. Wish you great luck with streaming and with the podcast and with the art. I definitely going to check out the art. I'm going to look at that Amazon book that you're going to send me. It's been great meeting you, man.
You as well. I'm sure everyone knows where to find you, but for those who don't, just shut yourself out as we close out the conversation.
Type an R, type an A, type a lot of X's. I'll probably come up. I stream every day. I make YouTube videos. If you like doing nothing, if you like builds in these games where you press one button and you're like the fat guy on South Park with 15 inches of Cheeto dust on your chest hair and you're just beating everything, if that's what you like, that's what I do in all the games.
Right on. You heard it here, guys. As always, I will leave a link to Raxx's YouTube, Twitch, all that fun stuff in the video description below. If you guys are watching live on Twitch or YouTube, we had a ton of people watching live today. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. If you are watching on the YouTube VOD, I appreciate that as well. Moving into 0.5, we have a bunch more fun podcasts lined up. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And until then, have fun, stay safe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Later, guys.
Dude, that was so fun, man. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
You had some good questions, man. You asked me some questions I've never been asked before. That's rare. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, when you said that initially, I was like, whoa, like maybe we're onto something here. So I'm glad you had fun. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Are you booting up a stream today? Doing some more D4 prep?
Yeah, I'm just gonna log into D4 and I mean, it pretty much all came back to me already, but just trying to be prepared because people will expect me to be prepared for the expansion. So I don't want to let them down. So I'll be ready. But yeah, just hoping for the best, man. Diablo 4 is what it is. I hope the needle moves forward and people are gonna be. I really don't know why. I'll be honest with you. I say this all the time. I don't really know why people care about my opinion. I don't even care about my opinion, but
Community
with a shotgun with tobacco, like a straw coming out of my mouth with tobacco, like yelling for the AI fake robots and drones to get out of my lawn and sky space. I don't know. It's the good old fashioned, genuine, just sit down in a chair and give an opinion thing from a real human it's going to be a rare commodity.
Yeah, I had a conversation with my mom about this because we're streamers and I feel like it's a lot easier for AI to, you've seen AI TTS and it sounds pretty accurate and that's just like free crap that anybody can access. Like if somebody actually wanted to like impersonate you, they could just feed in, on your channel 7 years of content and they would have just an indistinguishable voice model of your. I'm not trying to scare you, by the way, but so I called my mom and I was like, Mom, like we need to have like a safe phrase, like not even a word. Like we need to have like a sentence that we can use in case you ever get a call from me one day asking you for your credit card and
life, and said that I had been tricking everybody and that I was actually cheating in Diablo 3. Just nobody knew. Like I was using Turbo HUD and map hacks and stuff, but people didn't know. So he had this big post about how I played with him in, I believe it was season 11 or season 12. Let's just say it's season 11, about how he outlined this systemic plan that we had to cheat and get rank 1, long before I ever became a streamer. I went to the thread and I posted and I go, buddy, this was such an awesome story. And some of the people were kind of believing it or not, or they didn't know how to feel about it. And I go, buddy, this was such a nice post and you did such a good job, but you made one critical mistake. I've had my same account since the start of Diablo 3. I've never changed.
Guys, thank you so much for watching. Wow, we had so many people in here today. Of course, Raxx is just a beloved member of the community, right? And so it was so cool to see you guys come out, enjoy the pod. The chat was popping. Yeah, can't say enough nice things about the dude, man. Just such a genuine pleasure. And we made his first ever ARPG tier list. So that will come out tomorrow on my channel, the full video. If you missed it, if you got here late, no worries. You guys can go on my YouTube channel right now. The live stream VOD will be available right now. If you want to go back and watch, you can watch the whole conversation. But I will be putting out a actual edited video of not only the conversation, but also the tier list, because that was super fun. Doing a full tier list with Raxx. That was just rad. I think we're gonna wrap up here for today, guys. I'm pretty tired. And And I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit tilted today because of my internet issues. I'm so happy that the internet issues like stopped. Thank Christ. I was like, today of all days, when we have the Raxx interview. But yeah, so as always, guys, I'll be back tomorrow and Thursday, the same time, same place, 11 a.m. EST. We'll be continuing some PoE 2 stuff. And then hopefully on Thursday, we have some news to talk about. Exciting things are happening. So next week, we'll be talking to Dreamcore. I've actually talked with Dreamcore previously, and we're going to be making it a every league reoccurring episode where we discuss the upcoming next league. And so we'll be talking with Dreamcore next week on the podcast about 0.5. Hopefully we have something substantial to talk about. But yeah, I just appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much for hanging out today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to send you guys over to, let's see, who we got here. Let's send you guys over to I'm Just Anthony.